Go ahead, Adandimbo.
Ezebineri gwagara na kunana. Chukwu kikaya kogo. Ezebineri gwumuga gbakonata. Nna mai na-ebibi sai na-eme ya ka anyị nọ na-eme onwe iwe ọzọ ifu n'obi ahụ njem nwere onwe ya ka anyị na-eji jie wee na-asị gị ezi Chineke biko bịa ka ị nọnyere anyị chụọrọ anyị ka a lawa ajọ mmadụ ahụ kachasị ndị sabo ndị si na Biafra ya ha bịa ndị na-anụ ọgụ niile ebe a na-anụ ka ha wee fụdatị na Biafra ya bịa si Chukwu biko ọgụ ahụ nwa ya nụrụ anyị ya gọzie anyị Chineke gọzie ụmụ ife gọzie ụmụ Biafra niile ebe ọnwụ na anyị niile anọ ezi Chineke ma ana m akpọkwa gị n'isi awalida Maazị Nnamdi Kanu Ọhamadike nọnyere m ihe gbaala m ya ume were dọkịta na-agwọ ya ọya Chineke biko ọkwago ka anyị nwee onye ọzọ otu aka na-akpọkwa n'isi ọbata obie udu akọ mmiri na mbiko ihe niile ugoko ọ dị n'aka anyị eme nke anyị ji nwụrụ mmadụ ma agụ nwa ya eme nke iji wu Chukwu na m ana m asị aka ọnwụna ụdọ ọnwụna ezumezu ọnwụna osi n'elu osi n'ala ọwụ ikwu ọwụ ibe ọwụ onye ọsọkwa anya wụrụ wụ ndị ji ọbata obi eji awalida Maazị Nnamdi Kanu asị m aka ha gbajie asị tinyere ha ọgbaghara ebe ọbụla ba nọ na tinyere ha ọgbaghara ọgbaghara tinye n'etiti ya Chineke pịaba m ụtalị dịka ọkụgbu ha na-arụ mee ka ezumezu ha niile ha saa kpọpụtara ya awalida Maazị Nnamdi Kanu n'ọbata obi ya na m otu a ka si welekwa awasị os wee tinye gị n'aka nna m ọkwago nwa wike yoo onye emekwe nke o ji wụrụ mmadụ n'ọkwago Chukwu na-eme nwa onye na-enye ike ajọ mmụọ ajọ mmadụ uke mmụọ uke mmadụ ebe ọsọkwa anya si onye ọsọkwa anya wụrụ ọsọkwa wụrụ m nwa na-eche echiche ọjọọ megide ihe asụ Chineke megide onye ọbụla na-emegide COS ayo ise ọ bụrụ m nwa na-emegide ya emegide m ise onye ọsọkwa ya wụrụ ebe ọsọkwa ma na-agba ije ọ na-agba n'elu ọ na-agba ya n'ala ọ na-agba n'okpuru ala ọ na-agba n'elu bed asụ Chukwu asụ megide ekwene ka ba binye na ise maybe you go ya agora ya atade ana na megide I like it All right, thank you so much. Welcome, Biafrans.
Thank you. Ezinne Mester. Nne, good evening. Ezinne, good evening. Osise, Eze Kenneth, Osise, Chukwu gozie gị. Tochukwu, here first time ifu Tochukwu are here. Tochukwu, Ogo. Oliver, I greet you. Osise. Osise, Chukwu gozie unu niile. Biko ka unu na-abịa klikienu the like button. Klikienu the like button. Enwere ihe m sị ka m mee ka unu ma ya mụ chefuru. Anyị nwa wu ụmụ Biafra. we don't treat cancer. Chibuzo ndewo. Amanda Chibuzo ndewo. 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 Ọsị amen. Ọsị amen. Anyị nwa ụmụ Biafra. Anyị na-etriti kansa. Ihe anyị na-akọt ya off. Ama m onye ọbụla ama ama that na we Biafra that we don't treat cancer. Onye ọbụla ama ama. Onwe onye gasị na ọmaghị that na Biafrans that we don't treat cancer. We only cut it off. Onye na-amaghị just gị ma na ọwụ onye ọfụrụ onye just nọ na-amaghị ihe gbasara nwụrụ nwaanyị a. But any ọbụla wụ indigenous people of Biafra. Onye ọbụla wụ nwa afọ Biafra. Ma ama that na Biafrans that anyị na-etriti cancer. Anyị na-akọ ọtụpụ ya. Son ndewo. Ndewo. Greeting to you. Greeting to you. Ya kwa first time mmefu gị na platform a. Ndewo. Chukwu gozie gị gbaa gị ume. Anyị nwa ụmụ Biafra anyị na-etriti cancer. Anyị na-akọ ọtụ ya wụ off. And onye ọbụla ama ama. And enwere ka anyị nwa wụ genuine Biafrans na-eji etriti our enemy. Onye ọbụla ama ama. Thank you too. Thank you too. Thank you too. Chukwuemeka. Chukwuemeka. Imene mmecheta Sabina nne m. Chukwuemeka. Osimazi Nayon. Good evening from Biafra land. Chai. Chukwuemeka ele ka imere. Hello to Biafra land imere today. Hello to Biafra land imere today. Chukwuemeka. 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 Chukwu gozie gị ezi nwanne m. Chukwu gozie gị. Hello to imere today. Hello to Biafra land dị. Anyị release Nnamdi Kanu. Anyị release ya, but anyị ga na-ekpe ekpere wụ ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike n'isi our leader Frank agree to Frank nwa obodo agree to. God bless DPM. Oh, she's already blessed. Bro Victor. Bro, I greet you. Humble, you go. Eh? You go to go. Okay, you good to go. Thank you. You good to go. Thank you. Franklin is Ifanye. Also, good evening. Onye ọbụla na-eme ya na-etinye our leader Maazị Nnamdi Kanu n'ekpere. Enwe ihe ọbụla wụ poison. Emmanuel Ebuka. Ndewo. Good evening. Ifeanyi Nwago. Good evening. Onye ọbụla nọ na-etinye our leader Maazị Nnamdi Kanu n'ekpere. Biko kunu na-abịa na-ekinikini the like button. Na-ekinikini the like button. Ha ga-erelease ya. But anyị na-ekpe ekpere osi na Chukwu okike abịa ama. Enwe ihe nke oriri ka ọ na-aṅụ mmiri ka ọ na-asachapụ ya. Ya biko. Yokwekwana anything mee Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Ọwụ ihe anya mmiri. Ọwụ ezigbo ihe anya mmiri. Enekwenu ka a ga-akpọkwanụ ka anọ m live gị na-apịga ihe a. Ene ka a ga-akpọkwanụ ịdị ihe ka imega. God Vision, good evening. Chukwuemeka also Biafran land is sweet, no chance for the enemy of Biafra. Thank you. I'm very happy. You know, I can like button. enwe ihe ọbụla wụ poison ha nyere Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ka ha ga-achọ ka dị tin na-eri ya ahụ dịka ekpere unu hụrụ ekpere Chukwu okike abịa ama ọ ga-ekwe ka anything mee Maazị Nnamdi Kanu onye eziokwu. Enweghị onye dịka nwoke ka ya na wa prime minista. Enwe onye dịka ya. Adị m sure na a ga-afụnwu ndị dịka these people. Adị m sure na a ga-enwe na Biafran ga-enwe ndị mmadụ dịka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, Maazị Simon Ekpa, nwaanyị ka nwaanyị. Believe me. Otu ihe anyị na-arịọ n'isi ya Chukwu okike abịa ma ya biko ikwekwana ka uche ndị zuo. Ikwekwana uche ndị iro mezuo. Ikwena uche ndị iro mezuo. Ọ ya ka anyị na-arịọ n'isi ya. Ekwekwana uche ndị iro mezuo. Enwere a Zoom meeting today, USB IHL training. Anytime ha ji ebido 7 o'clock. Ka anyị metụ anyị ga-agbapụ ya ọsọ so that anyị ga-stream this training na anyị ga-stream ya. Today anyị ga-agbapụ ya ọsọ anyị ga-stream this thing. Biko onye na-eme biko ka ị nọvụrụ onwe gị were kwuo aha lọvụ awa leader Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ti ya n'ekpere. Enweghị ha nyere ya oriri ịma ndị ajọka ndị obi jụrụ ha njọ ha jọrọ njọ. So enweghị ọbụla enyere ya oriri ka dị tin ka ọ hapụ ime ya anything n'ahụ. Ọ ya ka anyị ga na-ekpe biko ọ dị very important. Ọ dị very very important, believe me. Enweghị ọbụla oriri. No weapon fashion against MNK shall prosper. Ise. Enweghị game. Sọpas ọkwụ n'eziokwu. Dise ndị zoo na ha wụ evil. But their evil enweghị their evil ya eme. Chukwu okike abịa ma ga-echebere anyị our leader Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Mgba niile ha gbara enweghị ha nyere ya ka o rie ka ha release ya oru ya ọ ga-rewe ya nwụọ. Chukwu anyị ekwe Maazị Nnamdi ga-adị ndụ n'ala ndị dị ndụ. Ọ ga-anọ ndị niile ahụ chere echiche ọjọọ n'isi ya ndị aha ya anwụ ya nwa na onwe ya nọ n'ọkwa. Ọ ya ka anyị ga na-ekpe ndị niile chere echiche ọjọọ n'isi ya, ndị pụnara ihe niile, ndị tụrụ aro si lekwe ihe a ya enyi ya na ori ihe anụ ya, lekwe ihe ga-eme ya. Echiche ha niile a ga-emezu ya ka anyị na-arịọ n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama. Ise. Nwunye m ka anyị gbapụgodo ya ọsọ.
Awarịda Maazị Nnamdi Kanu si ma anyị pụta Biafra abịago. Ijele nwaanyị nọ n'ọgbọ. Awarịda Maazị Nnamdi Kanu si ma anyị pụta Biafra abịago. Oke ada abịanugo.
Ama mụnụnụ voice aha. Unu nụrụ ya, the voice ọ pụtakwara. Unu nụrụ voice aha. Unu hear the voice kwuru. Chai, and then they not here. Where are these people? My people not here. Ebe ka ha nọ. Kini kem the live bot una share ya. Enwere voice m na epine na unu nụrụ ihe o kwuru. Unu hear the voice kwuru. No answer, no response. What is going on? Ụmụnne m gịnị na-eme? Okay, God vision so nụrụ ya. Out of 5 people ga say yes na ha nụrụ ya. Amaka Ike nne m chai ka na-eme second time na ịfụ gị ihe a. Tochukwu ọ si yes. I had it. Touch Express also I had it mmadụ na 1 2 3 4 ọ fọrọ ofu onye ka anyị move gawa Amaka ndewo Chai Emmanuel Ebuka thank you so much ka anyị move unu gawa Chukwu gozie unu sọpasị unu kwu n'eziokwu Ikenna ndewo Ikenna ha sị ha nụrụ ya Chukwu gozie unu ka anyị move unu gawa Chai ụwa dị egwu ọ ya mere ndị mmadụ enidi ebe ka m nọ sef aga m ga-ahapụ ebe m kwesịrị nọ ga na-apịga ebe ọzọ mmadụ enidi gị na-ejichi aka n'ike na ihe ọwa ka anyị move gawanụ gee ntị biko wepụtanụ ntị unu very very important only your listening ear iwepụta ha dị ụmụnne m ihe ọ bụla anyị chọga n'ụwa anyị enwetegwu ya I swear with my life geenụ ntị ọnụnụ kara nwanne ya if for the reason why unu ga-eji ashị anyị so that enwe ebe unu nụrụ something ka m gosi ihu m kwunu this is why unu ga-eji na-ashị anyị my program bụ Nemester also loud like clear Ezinne ndewo if for the reason why unu ga-eji na-ashị anyị this thing na-ekirikiri live bot so that enwe ebe ndị ọzọ na-asị so nwaanyị a kwụchara ede ihe a ana m ekele nne m Charlotte ọ nọghị here ọwa aka ihe ọ na-arụ nne Charlotte nne m asị m Chukwu gozie gị ka anyị muvuo
ijele nwaanyị nọ n'ọgbọ awarịda nwaazị Nnamdị Kanụ si nwaanyị pụta Biafra abịago oke ada abịanugo yes asị n'ọchị na-ebe eze and ọchị na-enye ugwu
I call on the president of the Eritrean government in exile as well.
Come revise your back.
Ijele nwaanyị nọ n'ọgbọ awarịda nwaazị Nnamdị Kanụ si nwaanyị pụta Biafra abịago oke ada abịanugo yes asị n'ọchị na-ebe eze and ọchị na-enye ugwu
I call on the president of the Eritrean government in exile as well. Mr. Gabiru, please come on stage. Thank you very much.
Gini. Agwara nwaanyị ka ewo. Ọkwụrụ ọka. Odogwu nwaanyị. Nwaanyị ka ibie. Gini. Yes. Thank you so much.
Chilenu 1 minute. Ịnụ ihe ọ kpọrọ ya odogwu nwaanyị ka ibi ya ma kpọọ ya nwaanyị ka nwaanyị. Chukwuemeka Osimazi Zoo have changed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to they have charged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to 26th of October. October, I'm talking about this month. Biafra know that Zoo can never release our leader. They will release him, my brother. They go release him. I need to go back to this program. We never even know. My building.
Ijele nwaanyị nọ n'ọgbọ awarịda nwaazị Nnamdị Kanụ si nwaanyị pụta Biafra abịago oke ada abịanugo yes asị n'ọchị na-ebe eze and ọchị na-enye ugwu
I call on the president of the Eritrean government in exile as well. Mr. Gabiru, please come on stage. Thank you very much.
Gini. Agwara nwaanyị ka ewo. Ọkwụrụ ọka. Odogwu nwaanyị. Nwaanyị ka ibie. Oh, Guinea. Yes. Thank you so much. Okay.
Hello, Biafrans.
Hey!
The United States of Biafra.
Yes.
We made it.
Yes, sir.
We made it.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Today, we are going to sign the treaty between the United States of Biafra and the Eritrean government in exile.
Yeah.
As you're all aware, we got a couple of countries that have been recognizing the United States of Biafra for the past 2 days. And we are very, very grateful for that.
Yes, sir. Yes.
We have so many congressmen from the United States that have approved and recognized the United States of Biafra. Yes. We have the Ambazonia government that have recognized the United States of Biafra. And many more are on the line. We are speaking with some of them, like our guest speaker that spoke yesterday has said he thinks United States may be number 3.
Yes.
So I'm going to read. This treaty of cooperation and mutual support and recognition between the transitional Eritrean government in exile and the Biafra, United States of Biafra. We recognize the shared historical struggles of the Eritrean and indigenous people of Biafra for self-determination, justice, and sovereignty, affirming the inherent right of all peoples to self-determination as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, desiring to strengthen the bonds of solidarity and cooperation between the two nations,
Yes.
committed to promoting peace, security, and development in the region and beyond. The United States of Biafra and the Eritrean government have agreed to the following: recognition and mutual respect. The parties shall recognize each other as legitimate representatives of their respective people. The parties shall respect each other's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. Cooperation and solidarity. The parties shall cooperate in the areas of diplomacy and international relations, security and defense, economic development and trade, education, science and technology, culture and social affairs. The parties shall support each other's efforts to achieve their respective national aspirations. The parties shall consult and coordinate on matters of mutual respect and mutual interest. The parties shall provide mutual support to each other, including diplomatic recognition and support, economic and technical assistance, military and security cooperation, humanitarian aid, and disaster relief. The parties shall refrain from any actions that may undermine the security and stability of the other party. The parties shall resolve all disputes through peaceful means, including negotiation, mediation, and arbitration. In the event of a dispute, the parties shall establish a joint commission to address the issue and seek a mutually acceptable solution. International cooperation. The parties shall cooperate with international organizations and other states to promote their common interests. The parties shall work together to strengthen international laws and norms. This treaty shall enter into force upon signature by duly authorized representatives of the parties. In witness whereof, the duly authorized representative of the transitional Eritrean government in exile represented here by His Excellency, and the Chief of Staff of the United States of Biafra, acting for the Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. Signed this in the year of our Lord, today, December the 1st. December the 1st, this will become effective upon being signed.
With this signature, as you can understand, this makes it official.
Yes.
Between the National Representative Council of Eritrea, which is the government in exile,
Yes.
Including that with the Republic Biafran government in exile. In order to make it real, from here up, people only need to act on it.
Yes.
It is not a simple paper.
God.
Rather, we're going to show it and we're going to make it real. Yes. For those people back home, I'm very proud to see all this celebration, jubilation. You deserve one. This is the real one.
Yes.
So I would say congratulations for the Declaration of Independence.
God.
And I have a little message also for the government of Nigeria, including the people of Nigeria. We don't need to resort into guns and tanks. It only takes a simple pen. We can do it peacefully. We don't need to bleed each other. We don't need to die. Because these Biafran people from here up, they are not playing. Their heart is a done deal. It is sealed. They deserve their independence, and because of that, I encourage the Nigerian people to pressure, to encourage their government. Yes, at the end of the day, we need to live as neighbors in peace and harmony, in cooperation. In order to get there, please encourage your government in order to settle this freedom of the Biafrans in a peaceful manner. Yes. That's all we can do. And to the rest of the world, including the African nations, I encourage you to follow suit. Yes, this is the time. We are looking for our friends. Friends must be good in these bad times.
Yes, this one.
Shy. Also, most handsome guy in Adunukosha. I draw one.
I'm my way, you did.
Chai. Oh, Muna waka kwa makalini.
Ama kalingina.
The boy can do zero.
Mwa nika chakul. Ama kalingina.
Mte udo chande kwa kele.
Wala bara.
n'ebe a. Anyị abịalugo ụmụ ndị gboo, ụmụ Igbo niile, ụmụ Biafra niile, anyị niile nọ hie. Ka anyị bịa gwa adatị na ọ na-eme. Nọ ibe ekwuru ka a na-eme. A na-ekwu ekwu, a na-eme eme, ha na-ekwu okwu, a na-adịrị ike. So n'ọnya unu bata, unu a na-eshi a. Ọkwụnụfụ, Biafrans, we are here. Anyị bịara ka anyị bịa gwa PM anyị na anyị na ya na ya hapụnata ya. So unu n'anya snow na-ada. And be anyị si that n'ije ọhụụ na-ejere na mmiri ewe ezigbo ije ka ọhụ. Ije ọhụụ na-ejere ka snow na-ada ọ ezigbo ije ka ọhụ. Ị na-afụ ụmụ Biafra witi aṅụlị ọpụ na snow na-ada fa achọghị ịma. Onye ọhụụ na ichiri ahụ ya ọfụma ọfụma. Unu n'anya ada ndị mbụ na ndị egere. Ọkwụ na-afụgo ihe na-adịghị ekwe omume ka ọ na-eme. Ihe na-adịghị ekwe omume ka ọ na-eme. Ihe na-adịghị ekwe omume na we dey here. Ekwe omume. Ihe na-adịghị ekwe omume ka ọ na-eme. Ọbata bie! Ọbata bie! Isi na-ebu ogide ukolo mmụọ. Ọbata bie! Udu ọkọ mmiri o! O bụrụ n'iru ọka n'azụ, o bụrụ n'azụ ọka n'iru. Ọbata bie! Anyị abịalugo. Ọbata bie! Anyị erutego. Give us Simon. Give us Simon. All we are saying. Give us Simon.
All the press guy now, so COS ya ka ome interview.
Na efula, o nwere press guy, press no here. Holy, Simon Epa is another savior. Nature Ilobi. Ọbụna afụlia ụmụ oke nwanyị, ụmụada Biafran gọọmenti ji wee biri. Ndụ na-achị anyị na-efe ka anọ n'elu the great women. Awalide Maazị Nnamdi Kanu si na ụmụ nwaanyị pụta ibe a na-ekwu enwe isi na-edi women. Awalide Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na-ekwu okwu fa na-efe ọhụrụ ndị nzama ọnwụ ndị $1, ọnwụ ndị €1. No. This is the great women. The great women, they are all here. One of the great women, our leader Maazị Nnamdi Kanu is talking about, and that's why you go. They are all here. Another savior. Who know now for the great women and the great men. And I can go second on the great ones. Holy. Holy. Simon Epa is another savior. Come
this way. Can you come this way? Yeah.
Okuno finish place ndu journalist Finland ne ha ka ha no o mundu kwashoko journalist nduzu na no nu na to so nsasi adu capable for outside Germany fe na emenu video ya gboputa na ozugbo ibialu na ebe a na anya di ndu na ndu nuzo eyi ba na ebe a ka aju oye na emenu aya akọwala fa aya anu onu ayi na efe ka fa na ebe a otu aka ọ na-adị maka na ibe anyị na-emewe ibe mmụọ oli unu na-abata ụnụ a na-eshi ụmụnne m na-eke nisho na dis meseji juru apụ ụnọ na-anọ chief of staff na gọvanọ agọnọ ozugo ebe ka unu se
We have the Finland media here. Let us just keep quiet and see their questions, and I'm going to answer them. So let's just be calm.
No side talk.
Please, control the noise.
no noise. Nna ba keke. Nna.
Listen.
No, went to tune.
To the United States of Biafra under His Excellency Simon
I'm sorry.
We are here at this particular point to let the Finland government know that we need our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, who is being held for some frivolous reasons that we, all of us here, are doing exactly the same thing. Our PM is doing, which is our self-determination and fighting for our freedom. I'm wondering, where are you from? All these people. These are Biafrans, United States of Biafra citizens that come from all over the world. So we are in Finland. We have declared the independence of the United States of Biafra. That's why we are here. Simon Ekpa is under arrest. Presumed arrest. Simon Ekpa has not done anything illegal except fighting for our freedom. Yes. So, if Simon Ekpa is doing anything wrong, all these people here will not be here. So there is nothing as far as incitement that Simon Ekpa is doing. All of us here, we are here in our own volition. Nobody has told us anything. Now, Simon is not with us, but we have declared our independence right in Finland. And Simon was not there. So it's not about Simon. It is about people. He is fighting. He is fighting the Nigeria terrorist state that reintegrates and rehabilitates non-terrorists into the military, into the police, into the army, and sending them to Biafra land to kill us. That is what Simon Ekpa is fighting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
USB, 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 USB,
Ndewo Maazị.
Ndewo. Ndewo. Good evening from here.
Good evening, Maazị, from here as well. Daalụ my dear brother. Ndewo na ụmụ Biafra, ndewo nụ. Unu na-enwekwa ọṅụ. Okoro na watch vidio ụmụnne m gụọ n'eziokwu na comment section ka ihe na-agagharị unu n'obi. Maka ama m ihe na-agagharị m n'obi na-agagharịkwa unu n'obi. Ụmụnne m asị m unu ndewo, ndeemenụ. Ya mara na anyị mma birikwanụ ụmụ Biafra niile. Maazị, ama m na olu m na-apụta.
Very well, very, very well. Ọ na-ada ka ogene.
Ndewo akụ ebi isi. Ndewo nwa Chineke, ya mara gị mma. Jisi ike n'ọrụ, jisi ike n'ọrụ nna, jisi ike n'ọrụ. Ka m na-awọchị ihe a, ka m na-awọchị this thing, honestly. Nsị na m ga-abata immediately before m gaghachi ga mee ihe m na-eme. I will come just now and sing this particular song na-agagharị m n'obi. Ka m na-watch this thing. Mgbe ikuku ga-eku ka mgbe ifufe ga-efe. Enwe ndị na-akpọ ya ifufe. Ifufe. N'egwu a akpọrọ ya ifufe bita mbeta ma ndị mmadụ ga-aghọtakwa ya. Ikuku ahụ wu ifufe. Akwa ihe a na-akpọ ya. Maazị. Mgbe ifufe ga-efe, osisi kpọrọ nkụ ga-ada nwanne m mgbe ọnwụnwa ga-abịa. Anyị ga-ama ndị kwere ekwe. Mgbe ifufe ga-efe, osisi ahụ kpọchara nkụ ga-ada mgbe ọnwụnwa ga-abịa. Mgbe ahụ ka anyị ga-ama ndị kwere na Simon. Ụmụnne m, akpata ya na-awụkwa ọnụ n'elu ya. Mgbe ifufe ga-efe, osisi kpọrọ nkụ ga-ada mgbe ọnwụnwa ga-abịa. Anyị ga-ama ndị kwere ekwe. Ọnwụnwa abịala, ha fefu ha niile adọkarasịa onye ọbụla na nke ya na nke ya. Ha efepụsịa. N'enu Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, ihe ọ ka na-ekwu ụbọchị izizi ka ọ ka na-ekwu ruo today. Who could have done it? Ka onye standing wuru that place kwuo ihe ahụ without fear. Na enwere ike jide werekwa aka ya tikọ abụọ tinye ha kọpụ ebe o mere onwe ya. Unu hụrụ ka o si wee mee onwe ya introduce. O nwere nke ọ hide, ọ tụrụ ụjọ. Ọ sị nụ na ọwụ CEO, my name is Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, the COS, Chief of Staff, under Maazị Simon Ekpa. Nwanne ọ na-hide anything. Ịchọ jidekwuo ya kechie ya tinye ya ebe ọ na-asị gị na ka ihe Simon mere. Onweghị o mere. Ihe ọ na-fight ihe all of us here are fighting. Ọ bụrụ na ọ ihe a ga-eji wee jide ngwa jidekasie na anyị niile n'ebe. That is what that thing means. Ozo anything ezo ọma ọnụ jijiji. Onwe nke o zoro ezo ọ gwara ụnụ ya simple in a plain language, in a simple, that is plain. Who could have done it? Ebe nwoke na-azọ this position na ka ebe ha nọ on this day. We are there anywhere around this place. And when onye unu furu emere interview after this, ụmụnne m akpa m kwuo ya na dịka enwere ndị a na-emezi ofendi nwanne ugbu a ilu ahụ a ga-atụgharị ya sizie na ụmụ nwaanyị mesịa ụmụ nwoke nwere akụkọ nwaanyị lụchaa nwoke apụtazie nwere akụkọ ugbu ọ bụ ozi vamvavam ha ọ bụ ugo 247 ha ọ bụ ozi oge nkere ha ima mmadụ abụ ha nonsense men everywhere ha nwepụtaziri na-asị na nwaanyị na-agba ngada anyụ mamịrị mgbe ọ na-ekwu okwu a why didn't you say nwaanyị na-agba ngada anyụ mamịrị chere ka ikwuo why didn't you say that unu alakpụrụchacha ebe unu ga-ezokuzokpucha nwaanyị stand ya tall. What she is saying today was what she said that how many months ago? No shaking. Mana ka ihe ndị ọzọ niile ahụ gbara gburugburu ebe a ha nụrụ m ebe a kpọrọ jaya gịnị kasa gịnị gịnị all of you na-eti unu gara Finland gami. What did all of you go there to do? Today, what song are you singing today? Nwanne nke m na-anụ olu ebe ọ ndị sicha Simon Ekpa na o jee nga na o mere gịnị ị nụrụ ya ebe COS kwuru ya na-enweghị ihe o mere ọnwụ gịnị na ọ na-achọ ọdịmma mụ na gị freedom you and I ọ ga-ekpuwe jide ede ị na-emepe ọnụ iji eri ede si ya gee nga adụtụ nwa gị jee nga nwa gị jee nga ị na-achọ onye na-anwụchitere gị mgbe nwa onye ị ga-anwụchitere ndị ifufe ga-efe osisi ahụ kpọrọ nkụ ga-ada ọnwụnwa ga-abịa mgbe ahụ ka anyị ga-ama ndị anyị na ha so ọnwụnwa abịana onye ọnwụ na-agbafusicha ndị kwuru a na-ekwuzikwe ndị kwuru b a na-ekwuzi si ihere megbuo unu ugotu 47 ihere megbuo gị nwaanyị a ka unu ga-abịa kpọgide n'obe si anyị bịa bilivu nọsens unu na-akọ ọsọkwa unu jidezie ihe ọ sọrọ Ngozi Orebeze ya mee today for the fact na o hodoro anyị this mandate protectere anyị this mandate wetara anyị this mandate anyị ji ka nwee ike na-aba mba na social media today ihe ọ sọrọ unu kwuo unu about this Ngozi Orebeze n'isi unu ka ọ dị bụrụ na ya dị a ya nyegbuo unu dị a we don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it. Too late. Or to go late. Oh, wait, no, we don't want to hear it anymore. Nonsense. Nonsense. Everywhere. How many months gone by?
Also, you had
propaganda everywhere. Iwe ha why Ngozi ji continue this thing ụmụnne m why ji continue this thing lotenu na Dr. Ngozi gwara anyị sị when they were in Finland news a na-agbagharị ka room or whatever na Maazị Simon Ekpa sendiri ozi na asị ka cancel all this thing hi to tell you Ifugonia, yes, I remember. Okay, na no the nonsense Biafra freedom enwetara ihe na aga cancel ya na aga bido n'isi ozu nwụrụ anwụ akwa ifuru ka m butuo ana m awọchi ihe na-agagharị m n'obi
ọ na-agụcha ma akwa ọ na-agụcha ma akwa asa netwọk gị na-akara aka ma m ịdị netwọk ekwensu
enwetara m call I have a short time anyway to but ụmụnne m enjoy this thing and on the comment section pass ya n'ozi a to Ada Ndocho
the comment section
ikuku ekwo na ya mara na ndị anyị na ha so ekele dịrị Chukwu okike abịa ma na azachapụrụ na ya all those reference all those money power mongers ndị ha ihe ha na-atụgharị wụ ka ha hụ lada ha ga-eji arịgoro ebe ha na-emeriti Dr. Ngozi Orebeze ga-achịwa anyị ya chịwa anyị ụmụ otoro gbagbuchakwa unu
Ngozi Orebeze yọchịwa anyị ebe anyị ma na ọchịchị ya ga-adị mma ya ọchịwa
Yochiwanyo, Tilkom.
ya ọchịwa o ebe anyị ma na ọchịchị ya ga-adị
Maazị
mma
Ndewo ka m bịakwa.
nne m Chukwu gozie gị chai freedom is my goal is our goal my brother ama m otu isi abataga na this thing and ama m otu a ga-esi akụziri gị ya ị na-abịa ị na-abata ọfụma na the thing Dr. Ngozi Ọrabụ eze yochiwanyi o ebe anyị ma na ọchịchị ya ga-adị mma yochima o asị na m yochima anyị o ebe anyị ma na ọchịchị ya ga-adị mma yochima nwanyị ka nwanyị yochiwanyi yochima anyị o nne m chiwanyi o anyị ma na ọchịchị gị dị anyị mma chiwanyi o onye ụka ọbụla pụtara na ha ji sekuriti isi ya weta sekuriti enweghị duodi sekuriti ha ji that na nwaanyị ka nwaanyị ridicule Biafra ọgwụda dị sekuriti ha ji enweghị onye ọda sekuriti ọzọ Apostle Steve birikwo Apostle birikwo asị m na ya dị Apostle asị m na enwe ihe ya eme gị mụ awakụ ebe isi nọmba 1 si na enwe ihe ya eme isi ka mụ ka ihe ga-eme gị you game this particular woman gbara isi penti golden color nọ na France Apostle Ndewo Biafrans chọrọ ịnụ olu gị go ahead and talk to Biafrans.
Good evening, good evening. Away again, making humble lion. As I think away again, maybe Biafra, those that have the truth and stand in truth.
Yes.
The point that God in His infinite mercy is already He has been fighting the battle by Himself.
Yes.
And many of them now is talking about the government. None of them because is it Obieze or whatever? Obieze who was talking, I did not follow the program well. This young woman was talking and just called him, and I think I had this program from Kai TV report, and he was saying something. Obieze himself was saying, if there is a government now we're supposed to have hold Ngozi Olabeze. That's something she said. They were claiming that now we're supposed to hold her. Now we're supposed to do this. I begin to ask a question: are they now believing there is a government? Are they now believing there is a USB government that is existing? Are they using indirect way telling us that a USB government is existing? It's against what they have said before. They said there's nothing like USB. They have called the government a USB charger. They have called it whatever they like. But all of them now is just speaking differently. So Biafrans, what does all those things they have lamented, but they have already caused a lot of damage that caused setback against Biafra, against government. But God Himself is ahead of them, because every plan they have later on boomerang on them. So no matter whatever they do, no matter whatever they say, the Biafrans have known what is happening. And like what Kenena TV said that we must make sure that their camp is desolate, that nobody will be with them, nobody will come closer to them. And that is what Kenena and Humble Lion and the other media, Kai TV and Exodus, everybody, and all the panels, all the people that speaks, Asatina, or everybody that have been speaking, is because we want to decode their lies. I have never seen whatever that woman said that is true. This woman that is in France, who called himself a chameleon, who said that he's a chameleon, who said that he's a snake, and they did not even know that when he was confessing all those things, her character was playing it out. A chameleon is a bad animal that is you don't know, or for Chochalusuru, or for Jojiri, or for lead, or become lead. And that is what she have been doing. She have been praying it, and now she have already told us that there was a time that Ohanes Ndigbo called her for business. And that business, he did not tell us that she's out of it. She's already praying that business. That business that she went back to be able to make sure that they countermount the US bill that is being declared. Immediately the US bill was declared, which means Ohanes Ndigbo called her back so that the declaration should not have strength, should not be let her put confusion, so that the redeclared Biafra should not have the impetus, do not have strength, because unity, there must be an answer. When there's unity, there must be result. She went back and corrected and take that job the Ohanes Ndigbo Yeriye. That assignment they assigned to him, because he did not have that strength to come out when our PM was there. She don't have that mouth. That's why he says she denied, which means this time all her program and all the things she has done is showing to us that she went out, she went back and corrected it, and corrected the contract to be able to destabilize what government is doing. But the Lord is in his infinite mercy and his supernatural power has already made him to become a failure. Why? Because he has given us a woman that is a lioness, and all her cabinet who don't give a dime, who don't keep care of anything that they are doing. Whatever they are doing is boomerang on their head. That is how it will happen, even in the head of them that pursuing Nnamdi Kanu. All of them must be ashamed. You see these three people, Biafrans, you see these three people, you see Nnamdi Kanu, you see our PM, you see our DPM, and all the lovers of freedom, those that are fighting to make sure that the Biafra has recovered their territory, because the Biafra have been declared to recover their territory. All these people, all this generation, from Nnamdi Kanu to our DPM, and all the well-meaning Biafra, all of them, nobody that fight them will succeed. Nobody that fight those people, this group of people that will succeed. So Biafrans, all of them that they have been shouting and shouting and shouting. You wake up now and tell us that Nebuchadnezzar Majan. But when our DPM declared that you should protect yourself, they voted for it. You wake up and come against it. That we want, our DPM want to kill everybody. Everything that call, even our security, you attack it. You are the one that if there is any evil that happened to liberation armies, you are this woman in France are the architect of it. When he begin to go and begin to talk to them, and these people listen to her, and they do not know that nobody that followed that woman, nobody that followed this woman in France, nobody that followed her that succeed. Therefore, I don't have much to say, but I thank God for all the voices that is still talking. Like a person like Asatin, I have said without number. I thank God for this woman and Mas Humble Lion, who choose to decode all the lies, bring it back to the limelight, that everybody should know that these people are evil. They are evil. Kenena said they have caused more harm than good. They have caused more harm than good. But in all said and done, in all the propaganda, all the tricks they use, the Lord is ahead of them. God bless the land of Biafra, and bless everywhere meaning Biafra, and bless our DPM, the leaders, and the cabinet. Bless all the medias that stand in the truth, decoding the lies of the enemy. I hand over the mic. Humble Lion, are you still there?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Thank you, sir, so much. God bless you. Triple M, Ndewo, Triple M, Brinko, Triple M, go ahead.
All right, thank you, my beloved brother, Humble Lion. APC 1 of Biafra land. Without dragging one name, I greet each and every one of us in the house, both those in the comment section. Though I don't really know the topic, I just jumped in. But nevertheless, we know that the topic will always be for our freedom, for our good. We must keep exposing the bad eggs in our midst, the criminals that hid under the Biafra flag and the Biafra name to cause mayhem, to drag us down. Yeah, these people, sometimes I began to ask myself, these people, how do they reason? What kind of level they are operating from? Because you can't tell me that you are among the people that voted for our self referendum. You joined, even traveling from your location to Finland for redeclaration, and thank God it happens despite all the fights of the enemies to thwart or stop it. At the end of the day, God said that it must surely come to pass, and it came to pass. Then you went, it doesn't end there. You went ahead to endorse for the signatories that will make up our document for we to start our alliances and all the rest of them. You endorsed, you signed, you came back, you even went ahead to pick up our national ID card that is boldly written United States of Biafra. Then you came back and started telling us that what you went to Finland to do was just a jamboree. Even the redeclaration you went to do doesn't make any sense. It doesn't hold water. That you were agent of fallback. Yet we have challenged you countless times. All these criminals parading, talking down on that particular redeclaration. Fellow Biafrans have challenged them, even to the extent of promising them that they will double their money. The money, I know the ID card application was $100, that we will even double it. Let them come out in the camera and did the same thing our PM did, destroyed his zoo passport live on camera. Let them come and destroy the USB ID card, because they called it USB charger, that it doesn't exist. Why are you still holding the properties of something that doesn't exist? Are you sure you are okay? Nevertheless, there is something our brother Kelena played. There is a video he played today when their criminal ATM was shouting, gallivanting, saying that they will vote against our PM instruction directive of withdrawing the case from the Washington law court. So he was shouting that it wasn't PM that sued Ngozi, and though he didn't mention Ngozi, he said the criminal that say that they want to stop what they are doing, that it wasn't PM that owns the brigade. Sorry, it wasn't PM that sued her, that it was the brigade, and the PM have no right to tell them what to do in brigade. Then when he made mention of that, I was like, so if at all that these people succeeded in hijacking this government, or making sure at the end of the day there was no declaration that took place, they came back. He went and obstruct the registration document, fix his name. So What they will be saying now is, even if the PM comes out tomorrow, they will tell him to go and sit down. He's no longer a brigade member. Imagine our people that want freedom, that is praying for freedom, are still following this criminal. Okay, he said that it was Briggy that sued the people that they feel that they sue, that it wasn't PM, and the PM has no rights. When we talk of Briggy, who is the PM of the Briggy? These people came to kill, to steal, and to destroy. That's why till tomorrow, it doesn't matter what they say. I keep saying, Biafrans, we are very, very lucky. From our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, to our PM, through to our DPM now. If not for this choosing one, God loves us. That's why God brought these special ones among us and give them the grace. And the grace you usually give to us is this: before the person in front will be taken away, that person must have gotten another person that will replace him or her. And they believe in the prophecy of our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, who says that whenever you see women from America join this struggle, you know that Biafra is here. And they see it happens in their very eyes. They are fighting it. Jehovah bụ ọgwọ nnọrịa onye na-eme ihe mgbe ike gwuru dibịa ụwa. He has prophesied through his son, Nnamdi Kanu, that Biafra must come, and the Biafra is here. I pity those that is still wallowing in ignorance. Because if they do research and see, because whatever thing we are doing today is being documented, people will still use it tomorrow on their own. Because all these things now, the way we are using other people's documentation, the road they told now, and we know that our own is so rough. You see, this is our freedom. Biafra freedom is where freedom ends. If you have freedom, freedom fighting grow. Because we are setting a record. We are setting a record which no people can break. Because any tribe that say that they will do this our way, they can't make it. They will end our way. Because we have seen something. We have our tribe, our freedom have seen something. Who that believed that after all they did to us during the 1967 to 70 war, what they did to us, that we will still stand today and talk of that same freedom, and we have gotten it. Despite the fact they use people within us. You know what it means? When come and tell you that the plan B was planned from inside, and it was planned to destroy. And he is here. He goes out with them. He planned with them. Coming out tomorrow now, today, to tell you these things, and you still listen to him. Now, it is only a tree that they will mark bad, that we're gonna cut you so and so day. It will still remains there, not human being. These people are criminals. And you see, I also joined them. I joined Ogenkere to vote. Ogenkere, if you withdraw this lawsuit, when I get to your side, they can press up Nazulu no maka ega agbala haya. Nazulu gi kon eme press up. And the okere alawo emago. Okere alawo emago. The monster, he failed yesterday. Is now biting him. Also, the monster, because that Okerala, the chief planner of all these things, he turned CRC to become government. He turned CRC. Today he's trying haters scatter. Genkere is now chasing him. One day, that monster he fed yesterday must surely hunt him. They will jam themselves. My fellow Biafrans, we are moving. We are moving. Only Shidru, Yaga Baiga Radio Biafra, Radio USB, Ka Ejigodegu, where Mino Unisi. Thank you very much, my brother. At this point, I yield while I continue to listen to this conversation. Thank you very much, my fellow Biafrans. Will continue.
Ndewo Triple M Chukwu gozie gị onye eziokwu. Maazị Chuks, ị ga-asị m mere gị overhead. Ị nọ dị a ka ị dị busy iwe n'iwe nwanne m. Maazị Chuks, ị dị available ikwuru Biafra?
No, here, but pray go to the program. Kamalo, the key point him get you a chinyon. Yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Order! Silence! Move one back, small. Move one back, small. Move one back.
Newspaper here to interview us, please. Quiet. While we take their question, please.
It's okay.
Quiet. How are you?
It's around.
Where's the clip? Hey, how are you? I'm good. Stop, please. You say you're from where? Okay, welcome.
Can you keep quiet, please?
The conference was 5 days, and we are rounding up already, okay?
Yes, so this is the end of the how many people here today? Do you know?
More than 1,000.
Apart from the people, we have so many Biafrans in Finland at this period. At this location, you can see the numbers, you can take the pictures. We don't really have the accurate figure, but some are already waiting at different locations. And we came to Finland to declare our independence of the United States of Biafra, and also to support and let the Finland government know our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, whom they accuse of something, they are holding him for something, is our leader. And we are here doing exactly the same thing that Simon Ekpa is doing. We are not committing any crime.
Yes.
We are defending ourselves.
You are demonstrating. So when was this demonstration agreed or decided?
It was decided by Biafrans.
Yes,
and we are when? I mean, anytime we have been discussing that, but that is a part of what we Biafrans decided. So we decided we have to do it today. Yeah. We were granted permission to do that by the Finland police because they know we are doing the right thing, and that is why we are here.
Yes. Maybe ask you, what is your name, please?
Okay, my name is Dr. Ngozi Orobweze.
Your title.
COS of Biafra. My name is Dr. Ngozi Ngozi, and the last name is Orabueze. And I am the Chief of Staff for the United States of Biafra.
Yes.
So what is the next step? Did you already declare it?
Yes. We declared our independence on the 29th of November 2024.
Yes.
In Lati here, that's where we get. Yes. Because Finland has been supporting Biafra for a long time. During the 1967 to 1970 war, Finland was part of the.
Amamuno no that woman no na France, but she a golden color. Also, we declare Biafra here in Finland. Here in Finland, 29th November. Oh, I couldn't know voice here. Yes, we declare Biafra here in Finland.
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah, what is she paying today? After Agua and Chameleon, you know this type of Agua and Chameleon. So we are not surprised to hear that.
Mazi one ya dagidiri iberibe, ọ iberibe ka ọ dara. And Obieze suru kwe kunyo digba ha ka Obieze sukwa nwoke o. Hi, God forbid. Anyị mezuzu wudi ihe ka wit nwanyị. Mụwa nwoke.
Yes, Maazị Ombulayon. Other the same thing merufelu. Mgbe ọ hafuru ụmụ Israelite nwa nawa. Ịma na after God hafchakwara ụmụ Israelite ha nawa. O dinyekwe ndị amị ya ka ọ chịkwara ụmụ Israel aga ahụakwa again. All the same thing they disturb all these individual and use social media today. Ndị anyị niile nọ ha. Every one of us nọcha na Finland. Both manu nke ntụrụ vote ma everything. Bumputakwa today. National vote atubu no hoje. What do you expect to come out from all those people again? Even though you claim no one cannot na Finland that very day. No jakwashino hoje 29. No second. What do you expect them to? What do you even expect to come out from all those people? That's the same thing. Bunji Kwendo Nigeria today. Mwanga have Maazị Nnamdi Kanu himself. Oga do everybody surprise.
Dewo. Your baby ndị a na-adọrọ ọgụ Biafra.
Government that fed the Biafran children that were killed by the Nigerian government. So we have a very good relationship with Finland. That is why we love Finland.
God bless Finland! God bless Finland! God bless Finland! God bless Finland!
So the next step for Biafra is the establishment of all the paperwork, all the charters we need to get the final recognition from different parts of the world. Already we have a couple of countries that have officially recognized the United States of Biafra.
What are those countries?
The Eritrean government in exile, Eritrea, the Ambazonia government, and a couple of congressmen from the United States of America. Yes, they approved the Biafra.
That's good. And what countries are people from in this demonstration? Where
Okay, people, everyone, people come from all parts of the world.
All continents.
Biafrans,
I'm from Germany.
Germany.
No.
Allow her to speak. People from Europe, we have people from America. I am from America. We have people from Asia. We have people from Africa. We have people from Biafra territory. We have people from Nigeria that are witnessing what we're doing. And Nigeria is we're going to extend a friendly hand of relationship with them. So these are people from all over the world, but they are Biafrans or supporters of Biafra.
Yes. Okay. Anyone from any people here from Finland?
Which is from Finland? He's over there. Thank you.
Speak up. Call them. Okay, making sure this goes quickly.
Thank you.
Biafra yagalapu Biafra dabiri adamarapu Biafra dabiri Biafra gadelo Biafra damarapu Biafra dabiri ayagalapu Biafra
Biafra gadendo. Hey!
Biafra, Biafra, ya galapu, Biafra, gane baza gabili. Biafra, gane baza gabili. Biafra, gadendo. Biafra, Biafra, gamarapu, Biafra, gane baza gabili. Biafra, gane baza gabili. Biafra, gadendo.
So we have to go back to studio 12.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Gwanakwu na afụ n'ụmụ ndị gboo anyị elutego and anyị emesigo anyị ejechi ha azụ ebe anyị si.
When I was pushing, you thought I wanted to take your space. When the woman came to me and said, "I'm not a journalist. I need to speak." So I didn't want to know that.
Then ọbata obi ebe ọ na ose anyị eje anyị na-ana ọ na-eso anyị anyị na-eje eje ọ na-eso anyị nenu ọkpụnụfụrụ Pọl ọnwụ biko nwanne nwoke nenu m na-apụ ala ọnwụ biko
Biafra ada ndị mbụ na ndị egede akwụ ugo niile we are here.
Accomplished.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished.
Yes, so
victory for Biafra, freedom for Biafra, and then freedom for Obatobie is mission accomplished.
Then the one night okay, European left. So Mechi has na my hotel na change na snow nada and then banandeke there it isn't this kimonia oh you na to the boy so I na get eje now I change because I ain't with the neighbor for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes I has so I'm making my hotel room now. In my hotel room. I change him. I want to change here. I will resume taxi. Jevezian at the hall. A bonnet me. Upon our tago. I will resume taxi. Go so thin from my pine. Because him and I me winter jacket. But winter jacket out of father and the boy. On I help him. And I help him cha. So, yeah, kita yipye. Makana sinada na miri delie. Ako na afugo. Then I take Zen taxi to Eben me. I finish mo matata last day. I jiro fungo. Bo kola ihe niile. So Finland mana ibia. And I make ni high kwesịrị.
Biko ihe a na-abụ ihe nwute. Look at this woman now. Look at Joso. I don't know how she will feel seeing all these things now. I don't know how she will feel because here na dịka onye nọ n'eluigwe enweghị chụrụ ya ji aka ya chụọ onwe ya ma mgbe ọmụmụ ndị na-atọ ọsọ onye jiri aka chụọ onwe ya n'ụgbọ asụkwa na mmadụ chụrụ ya n'ụgbọ. Okay, she knew all these things. Na-agachaghị na emechi anya. Even my opera on the camera, they were all happy. Now, the chief architecture of this particular issue, they didn't come to this place. They went back inside. They began to plan. Since their first plan has failed, what is the next step to do that makes them to resort into fallback? As they fall back, how do we do it now? How do we do this fallback of a thing? How do we start? Ịma ụmụ ndị Biafra anaghị ama ebe mmiri asị onye na-ama ebe mmiri bido mama ya ka ama ebe ọ ga-akwụsị. They went back to re-strategize. How do we start? Ke ihe ji bido na wa DPM say occasion end on Tuesday. So biko onye ọbụla ga-ala na Saturday ka aha people might be on the way. The next Saturday ka ebido fundraising. Ha jize that one magatashi. Hey, DPM stop this thing. DPM stop fundraising. Blah 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 blah. Agoro gago men on ground. Just one day in the end ego. Just one Saturday. Now today, na hini na ha begin ha so no will be DPM American or American so. Na hini na ha whatever since now. Today ha na-ekwu okwu ihe fundraising na no we, but if you see them today, they will say that the BM started the saga, DPM started this thing. Hey, Chineke mere ndị mmadụ ebere. Ọ na-akwana moto anọkwa agbachi ya azụ ka ewite na-akpụlata uche ndị be anyị ha mara ebe ihe na-eme ha shi. This na-eme na this redeclaration, all these people no ma obi America na-ezuzu onwe ya agadi nwaanyị na-ama na ọkala na-ezuzugharị so ndị na-enweghị na-ezuzugharị nwaanyị ahụ now was happy mgbe the declare hopefully ga ihe ya na-eme kezi ihe problem. These are people that is here for a particular person. One day this freedom I will keep following it. It doesn't matter who is at the forefront. One day give me to Biafrans will follow you. And I can't make follow now because I'm a money I can't do that. Follow who no roads. If Genkere will come and brag, is he because of documents that Ngozi is bragging that she have the document? Document is rubbish. Document is rubbish. Document is rubbish. Our PM, I did install our government in exile. Be a gawa for redeclaration to acquire that document. Corporate and as document is rubbish, and people name to no matter make una get sense. Go on, my brother. Oh, one night we could church we play the go wicked on no one.
Apụọla m dị achọrọ m ịga na ihe this training na emega today.
They cannot be subject to physical or mental torture or other forms of coercion or degrading treatment. The treaty also provides specific requirements for treatment during captivity, including the requirement for provision of food, clothing, and shelter, access to basic hygiene and medical care, and religious, intellectual, and physical activity. Finally, the convention also addresses the question of repatriation at the cessation of hostilities and prohibits the transfer of prisoners to third-party states. Finally, the Fourth Geneva Convention deals with the protection of civilians and non-combatants in a war zone. The key provisions of this treaty include the obligation of parties to protect civilians from violence, discrimination, displacement, and other abuses during armed conflict. The treaty also attempts to ensure that civilians are treated with humanity, dignity, and respect for their rights, including the right to life, liberty, and security of person. It specifically prohibits collective punishment, reprisals, and pillaging, and it also prohibits deportation, mass forcible transfer, or evacuation of persons regardless of motive, and obligates the occupying power to facilitate the proper working of all institutions dedicated to the care and education of children, and to help reunite children with their parents should they become separated during the conflict. The Fourth Geneva Convention prohibits the occupying power from compelling persons to serve in its armed forces or to perform work that maintains or supports them. Finally, the convention also provides for the facilitation of the passage of humanitarian relief and supplies to civilians in need, and makes the occupying power responsible for ensuring and maintaining public health and hygiene. Two additional protocols expand and supplement the Geneva Conventions. The first protocol supplements the Geneva Convention and expands the protections of individuals in international armed conflicts, introducing additional provisions regarding the conduct of hostilities, the protection of civilians, and the rights and treatment of combatants and non-combatants. The second protocol reinforces the obligation of states to protect civilians from the effects of hostilities and prohibits acts of violence, displacement, or other abuses against civilians. It also prohibits the use of certain weapons and tactics if they cause excessive harm or have indiscriminate effects. Together, the four Geneva Conventions and the two additional protocols provide a comprehensive legal framework to protect vulnerable populations and attempt to limit the impact of armed conflict. But beyond the specific provisions and protections afforded by the Geneva Conventions, international law governing the conduct of war itself is governed by several central principles. The first is the principle of distinction, which requires that parties distinguish between combatants and civilians, as well as between military objectives and civilian objects. Under this principle, parties to a conflict must direct their attacks solely against legitimate military targets while taking precautions to minimize harm to civilians and civilian objects. For example, the principle of distinction would require an attacking force to take steps to ensure that only military forces are targeted, taking clear steps to avoid civilian deaths or unnecessary damage in civilian areas or to civilian infrastructure. The principle of proportionality requires that the anticipated military advantage gained from an attack must outweigh the expected harm to civilians and civilian objects. It requires that parties to a conflict assess the expected consequences of an attack and refrain from using excessive force that would result in disproportionate harm to civilians or civilian infrastructure. For example, proportionality would require that before conducting an airstrike on a military target located in a densely populated area, a party to the conflict would evaluate the expected military advantage gain and assess whether that justifies the potential harm to civilians or civilian infrastructure. It also requires that parties take steps to limit collateral damage, for example, by using precise targeting and munitions to minimize civilian casualties rather than indiscriminately shelling civilian areas. Both principles, distinction and proportionality, work together to ensure that parties engaged in armed conflict conduct themselves in a manner that respects humanitarian norms, minimizes harm to civilians, and avoids unnecessary destruction. The principle of military necessity refers to the limitation that the use of force should be limited to the pursuit of a legitimate military objective, such as the neutralization of enemy combatants or the attainment of specific military advantages, and must be proportionate to the military goal to be achieved while limiting or preventing unnecessary or excessive harm. For example, during a conflict, a military force might identify a strategically significant transportation route, the destruction of which would hinder their opponent's ability to continue military operations effectively. In line with the principle of military necessity, targeting a bridge or a transportation hub with precision strikes or other means to destroy it or disable it would be legitimate, as the goal of disrupting the enemy's logistical capabilities is appropriate. By contrast, targeting civilian infrastructure that had no military utility would violate this principle. The application of military necessity, in other words, requires a careful assessment of the anticipated military advantage to be gained against the expected harm to civilians or civilian objects. It demands the use of force remain proportional to the specific military objective and avoids unnecessary or disproportionate harm to non-combatants and civilian infrastructure. The prohibition against certain weapons and tactics is also an important aspect of international humanitarian law that aims to protect individuals during armed conflicts by prohibiting the use of specific weapons and tactics that cause excessive harm or have indiscriminate effects. In addition to the Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols, which broadly prohibit the use of weapons and tactics that cause unnecessary suffering or harm to combatants or civilians, a number of more specific international treaties addressing particular types of weapons have been developed. The Chemical Weapons Convention, which entered into force in 1997 and has 193 parties, prohibits the development, production, stockpiling, and use of chemical weapons. Parties to the convention agreed to destroy their stockpiles and production facilities and subject them to a verification regime to ensure compliance through inspections, reporting, and monitoring of chemical-related activities, and to cooperate in the event of the use of chemical weapons by, for example, assisting, protecting, and providing medical care for victims of chemical weapons. The Ottawa Treaty, also known as the Anti-Personnel Landmine Treaty or the Landmine Ban Treaty, prohibits the use, stockpiling, or production of transfer of anti-personnel mines and obligates parties to destroy existing stockpiles and clear mined areas. It emphasizes the importance of victim assistance programs and mine clearance efforts to address humanitarian conflicts of landmines, and has contributed to the development of a strong norm against the use of anti-personnel landmines, leading to a significant reduction in their use. That said, the Ottawa Treaty has not reached the level of adoption as the Chemical Weapons Convention, having just 164 parties and notably missing the United States, Russia, China, and India, some of the world's largest producers of landmines. Adopted in 1972, the Biological Weapons Convention prohibits the development, production, and stockpiling of biological weapons, and the Convention on Cluster Munitions, established in 2008, bans the use, production, transfer, or stockpiling of cluster munitions due to their indiscriminate effects and their impact on civilians. These treaties, along with other international legal instruments, form a comprehensive framework for the prohibition of certain weapons and tactics that cause excessive harm or have indiscriminate effects. But what happens when the treaties or the laws of war are violated? The short answer is it depends. A number of accountability mechanisms already exist. The International Criminal Court, or ICC, is the first permanent international criminal court with jurisdiction over war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. It prosecutes individuals responsible for the most serious crimes of concern to the international community. Sometimes international and hybrid tribunals are established on a case-by-case basis to address specific conflicts or situations. Examples of such tribunals include the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia and the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. Normally, tribunals are created by international agreements or by Security Council resolution and are granted jurisdiction over specific conflicts or situations in order to investigate and prosecute individuals responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. They typically consist of international judges and employ international legal standards to ensure fair trials and due process. But violations of humanitarian law can also be prosecuted at the national level, with states exercising jurisdiction over crimes committed within their territories or by their nationals, prosecuting individuals in national courts. When that fails, the principle of universal jurisdiction allows states to prosecute individuals for certain crimes, sometimes called grave breaches, regardless of their nationality or the location of the crime. This happened, for example, when Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet was arrested in London in 1998 and tried in Spain for human rights violations committed during his reign in Chile in the 1970s and 80s. For the international community, holding individuals responsible, particularly when they commit grave breaches of international law, is important for several reasons. First, accountability acts as a deterrent, sending messages that serious violations of international humanitarian law will not go unpunished, and discouraging potential perpetrators from committing such crimes. Accountability also provides justice for victims and contributes to their healing process. It acknowledges their suffering, upholds their rights, and helps to prevent a culture of impunity. Accountability also reinforces the principle of the rule of law, ensuring that individuals responsible for grave breaches of international humanitarian law are held accountable, promoting respect for legal standards and protecting the integrity of the international legal system. And finally, accountability efforts, including trials and truth commissions, can contribute to reconciliation and sustainable peace by addressing past grievances and promoting a sense of justice and accountability within affected communities. The contemporary legal system of international humanitarian law is currently being challenged by changes in the international order as well as by emerging technologies. The increasing number of asymmetric conflict and the growing role of non-state actors in international relations raise questions about the legal obligations of states and other actors. Emerging technologies, including drones, artificial intelligence, and autonomous weapon systems, are changing the nature of warfare and raising questions about the protections afforded under international law. And evolving norms, particularly around cultural preservation and environmental protection in war zones, are shifting existing legal frameworks in new directions. But those are all topics for different videos. Thanks for watching, everyone. Please leave any questions you have in the comments section below, and I'll see you later. Bye.
Okay, that was that. During I think the 3 periods that we've met, we've emphasized that the purpose of IHL is not to stop the combatants on the ground from doing what they think is necessary to do to free themselves and the homeland. It is not to teach them strategy of warfare. It is not to tell them that they are right or they are wrong. It is rather to let them know that no matter how justified your cause is, there are rules and regulations engaged in warfare. And those rules and regulations, if breached, the consequences will go far beyond they who are fighting on the ground to anyone that is involved in that struggle, whether it's within the top leadership or even without being in the leadership. But however, if breached, it is the impact, the negative impact it will have on the entire struggle of the people, no matter how legitimate and legal that struggle is, and no matter how justified they are in picking up arms to defend themselves. So the IHL is more like a referee, where there are 2 teams playing a football match. Without a central referee, there's going to be chaos. Anything can happen. People might be flying with their legs at the top and using the boots and doing all types of things. So there have to be someone who is there to regulate that match. The person is not going to score for any of the 2 sides, no matter that they are human beings and they have a way of thinking. But their goal is, listen, if you have to play one another, you have to win squarely, win fairly, do the best that you could. There could be errors that could come even from the referee or in trying to implement some of the decisions made by the rules and regulations of that match. Errors could occur, but let them be errors. Let them not be conscious acts that people actually know that this thing is not okay, but they have to do it because maybe it's revenge killing, it's vengeance, and maybe it's time to use the struggle of the people to settle inter-family squabbles about farmland, about some old marital stuff, about some chieftaincy issue. That is not the job of the struggle. So those are the things why it is so vital to study IHL. For you as a combatant, it is your life support. It is what protects you. If you don't only study it, you follow it to the letter, especially those who are working with you in your unit, to make sure they respect it. And know that every time you do that, you are not only protecting yourself and your unit, you are protecting the struggle in which you are involved in and you are sacrificing so much for. And you are equally protecting your leadership, because they might not be on the ground at every second. They will not be there to give you command on what to do. But every action you take has grave consequences on their own very survival as individuals. So this is the way it goes. But not just on them, on your entire struggle. And anytime you put your struggle at the top of any other thing you do, then you must respect IHL. It doesn't stop you from fighting, but it regulates you on doing just what is necessary to be done, not the things you are not supposed to do, even if you have the means to do it and the chance to do it and the opportunity to do it. but they are not permitted by IHL, then you don't have to do it. There are some of you who might not have participated in this training up to this moment. So, in a nutshell, what is IHL? There is international human rights law, but what is IHL? And why was IHL brought about? As I said before, IHL is called International Humanitarian Law. That is actually the language which the United States and some other countries prefer to use. But the United Kingdom prefer to use the word, the law of armed conflict, or the law of war. That is how they call it, LOW, law of war, or the law of armed conflict. Though internationally, the word is IHL, International Humanitarian Law. So the question is always what is IHL? We know they are all, IHL comes from the various Geneva Conventions. But IHL, in a nutshell, is simple. IHL is the basic international law which tells you the do nots, the things you must not do in the course of war. IHL does not come to tell you that this one is what you should do. It's not there to train you on your strategy. It is just there to tell you, listen, we don't care the justification of your war. We don't care how right it is. We don't even care whether you are wrong. All what we are saying is that in the course of this war, there are things you must not do. You must not condone rape. Even if you yourself do not participate in rape, you take advantage of young girls around the community and think that because you have guns and you're moving with it, you can rape any woman. It is totally forbidden. It's a war crime. You must not take advantage to say, oh, because we carry guns, we want to eat goat. Any goat you see in the community, you catch, you kill. That is theft. And through IHL is banditism. That's armed banditism. You can't do that. You cannot also take, for example, decide to attack medical practitioners because you just say that, oh, this person like this is carrying this bag, maybe he's a spy for X or Y. And then you decide to kidnap the person or you decide to attack them or attack a hospital. No, you can't do that. There are symbols that must be respected. And there are rules and regulations on how those who carry those symbols must also behave themselves. That is why IHL is not only for you as a combatant. It is also for you as a combatant to teach IHL to the communities in which you belong. If, for example, you are not somewhere in seclusion, very far off, you are within a community, for the good of those you are with and for the community, you need to teach them IHL. Because civilians have their own part to play. They are normally caught on crossfire. There are times when the action of a civilian puts them at risk. In other words, the action of a civilian can put the civilian in the same position as the enemy. When you study IHL, it is there, it is clear. If a civilian does a particular thing, that civilian symbol on that individual is taken away, and that individual now becomes part of the enemy camp. So if civilians don't know this, and maybe by circumstances they are compelled to put themselves at risk, then the consequences is terrible. So there are so many things that you are supposed to not do in the course of war. You are not supposed to condone kidnapping. You are supposed to target just the enemy. That is why they keep talking about military targets. No matter what you do, that is the area you target. If, for example, the military is in an area, as you listen, you heard what they talk of, the principle of proportionality. The principle of proportionality is very simple, well explained, is that in the course of war, take, for example, the military might be encircled on a Sunday and there is a church service going on, or on a normal day and there is a service going on inside the church like a choir practice. And 5 or 6 of the military people ran into the church. And your unit is aware they have run into the church. And you ask yourself the question, what do we do? Should we just set fire on this church? Put explosives and bomb the area? Take into consideration that not just the 5 or 6 who have escaped into the church might be wounded or will die, but even the civilian population that is in the church that you are not even aware of how many are there, especially if there are even children there. So you are not looking at the principle of proportionality. How are you going to react? So you have to weigh it. It is the same issue of the principle of the military decision you have to take. And that is where the difficulties come in. So you have to weigh it and ask yourself. Now, the next question is not just that they escape if they escape into the church and they start using the church as an area to open fire at your own positions, what do you have to do? That is a question you need to ask yourself, because definitely you need to defend yourself. They're shooting at you from the church and knowing fully whether there are civilians inside the church. So that is where the issue of proportionality comes in. What are you going to do? Are you still just going to say, because they are inside the church and they are shooting at us, we are just going to raid down this entire church and kill everybody? That is where the issue of proportionality comes in. And then you need to ask yourself, no, you need to weigh the pros and the cons. You could decide to allow them to waste the bullets, and you wait for a vantage position for them to come out, knowing fully well that if you have to carry out actions, the casualties are going. These are not civilians who are involved in the war, but the fighting group or the military that has moved into that church premises have transformed that place into a theater of war. They have committed an act against IHL. They have breached international humanitarian law by using a church premises, a faith-based ground, as an area for them to use to cover themselves to attack the enemy. They have breached that law. Are you also going to breach the law by attacking the entire building because you want to kill them and kill every other person that is in it? That is where the issue of proportionality comes in. That is where you have to think as a commander, as the head of a unit, on what do we do at this stage? How are we going to operate? Strategy comes in place. So those are the type of things IHL is there to teach you, to tell you, listen, you have the right to defend yourself. That is not our concern. Our concern is that there are things you are not supposed to do. They are the do's and the do not. But we are here to tell you, with IHL, don't do this. Don't do this. We are not going to tell you what you have to do. Definitely, you know that if IHL is saying that you don't have the right to rape, you automatically understand that you have the right to respect civilian population, especially women and children. I will not teach you just that, but that is the meaning of it. Don't take advantage that because you are armed and you can go into the community and you start terrorizing your own people, which of course definitely are going to be your own last line of defense. That is definitely what is going to happen. So that is the purpose of IHL, and that is what we've been handling for a couple of months now in the other sessions that we had. Before I continue, I want to ask any question.
All right. I know anyone, if you have any question before Dr. Okwanka continues, this will be the time to ask a question. I'll start myself, Dr. Okwanga. Thank you so much for that explanation. It is obvious that the rules of what IHL does and the rule that that it sets is kind of I put it down as a referee, just like you rightly explained that the role is that of a referee. It's not telling you not to defend yourself, not to go against your enemy, but it's just telling you these are the rules of the game. So that I have two questions. The first one, as you are fully aware, the United States of Biafra is a sovereign nation. We declared our independence on November 29th, 2024 in Latin Finland, and currently Nigeria is occupying a foreign territory. And I wanted to know, when you talked about proportionality, we've seen Nigeria break most of the laws that you've talked about here. And again, I hear you say that because your enemy is breaking the law does not mean that you also have to break the law. We've seen the Nigerian state that reintegrates non-terrorists, hire them into the military and police, send people to Biafra land to burn houses. They burn people's homes, not minding there are other civilians inside those homes. So they burn them down and people die, not just destroying the house, burning the houses, but also the civilians inside those buildings have also died. So that brings me to my question. When we know that the IHL law exists and there are states like Nigeria state that is ruled by Tinubu and Christopher Musa that has consistently broken these IH laws, what is the website? Where do we make these reports for this breaking of laws? Is there any site for the IHL where we can report officially for these for the Nigerian state that have been breaking this law? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Madam GPM. I think you've asked a good question. The first thing I want to say is that, you see, a man should not stalk a lady, harass her, and rape her, and then when they ask him, why have you done this? The man says she was wearing a very short skirt and the top was almost topless. So she made herself attracted to me. You have break the law. The way the lady has dressed has nothing to do with your criminal action against her. What am I trying to say? I'm saying that IHL is there. Does it mean both states and non-state actor groups will not breach IHL? Not at all. Not at all. We all understand how international law works. We know how it works. And at times it is very selective, whether we like it or not. Especially for those who are outside, caused by the consequences of where they have been pushed away, where you discover that even the passport you are holding is not even that of a passport of a third class, because another state, based on their interest, can seize that passport from you away than if it was a real Biafran passport. So we know these things. They happen. So the question you've posed is clear. IHL does not stop Nigeria from breaching international humanitarian law. We are aware of this. We've seen states do this. US military have breached it. Russia breaches it every day and still refuse that they have not done it. Look at Israel. They have breached IHL in all domains. Yet, they have not yet been held accountable. We can go on and on and on to cite individual states responsible for breaching IHL. Nobody doubts that Nigeria is breaching IM Biafra land. Cameroon has breached IHL in Amazonian land. You go to different countries, you find the same thing. It is happening. It is happening. We've seen it. We understand that. But for me, for example, with the OES, I'm just here to say, listen, these are the rules that are laid down. And I think if your team, the combatants, those sacrificing so much, and the people on the ground are able to understand what IHL is and follow it to the principle, they will create a level of respectability to your struggle. They will have some sort of a, how do I call it? Not just blanket protection. There will be a level of protection to the people. And there will be a level of understanding, because at the end of the day, it is not only to carry arms to fight. It is that somewhere along the line, those arms will have to come down, even if it is just for the state of Biafra. You are going to disarm the people to set up the various security services in your land. And if you allow the breach of IHL to become the norm of the society, they will move it from being norms to make sure that disarmament becomes very, very murky. And then people will transform themselves to something else. Now you ask the question, is there anywhere to report IHL? That is why I'm telling you that international law is very tricky. If you listen to that, is why I said you people should listen to that video. International law is very tricky. The openings are there. You all of us know that the ICC is different from the ICJ. The ICC is actually out for this. But who are those that they target? That is the question. When you make laws where those who are currently involved in committing crimes against humanity, war crimes and genocide. It's so impossible to carry out charges against them until they step down from power. That is the law you have made. You give them all of that time, which means if, for example, Tinubu decides to send warplanes to go down to Nigeria and bomb, to Biafra land and bomb villages and the rest. And IHA will say, oh no, I'm waiting. No, the international ICC will say, we are waiting when Tinubu is no longer in power. He has diplomatic immunity. Then we'll go after him. Then maybe Tinubu dies while in power. Just the moment he's leaving office, he dies with the crimes he has committed. Now, justice has not only been delayed, it has been denied. So you can go on and on and on with situations like this. We understand that the ICC is there. The ICC is there where there is a means of reporting. You only need to know how to report your issues to ICC. One other important thing is not only the complaints that we have and our emotions. There should be a good way of documenting these crimes. Burning of people's homes is a very serious crime within IHL. It's a very, very serious crime. So there should be videos and even reporting of those who were inside that house. And if there is possible, family members who are alive interviewed and recorded. All of these things have to be put in place. You need to make sure that the people go on the ground and keep aside their emotions to go to work, to collect evidence. This is how you fight a state. Overwhelming evidence that there is no way they can, because you and me know what is happening. They can just go to one market and kill people and say, oh, they were chasing armed robbers. No, we want documented evidence. Get the videos, let them work it out. After all, Nollywood comes from Biafra land. So putting up these videos and documentaries together is in Biafra land, it will be so easy to do it than in some other places. Make sure you have documented evidence. This is what you take to the ICC. Then the team that is in the Netherlands should be able to move within the corridors of the ICC to court individuals who are there. Because even if, for example, you want Dr. Levy to lay a claim there are people who are there who are sympathetic. It depends on how you approach them. Then they will tell you where you can deposit an initial complaint. And there is a way to write that complaint. You can have a legitimate complaint. If you don't write it well, they will not listen to it. So you need to find out which is the best way to submit this complaint. It's not a complaint of anger. Your problem is not to go and show anger against Nigeria. Your problem is to hold Nigeria accountable. So you make sure a real legal complaint that is built with legality, not innuendos, is put together and then is filed into this quarter in the ICC. Make sure you also have a copy of it. You have copies of everything you file so that there are international groups that you can talk to that will be able to also work with you in the course of this. There are groups out there that their job is to look into all of these issues of genocides and all whatnot. They are not there to say Biafra needs to be free. No, they are just there to say that people have suffered and have been killed here by the Nigerian military, and Nigeria has to answer for it. So that is the approach some of those international groups will take. They will not be there to be singing Biafra. So you might even bring Biafra, they might not even call it Biafra, but in their documentation that they will be presenting, Biafra will be put in it based on the way the legal argument is made. Because it is the way that argument is made that can easily pass the prosecutor's office. And then the prosecutor can receive it and say, oh, there is something to answer for it. However, take note, international jurisprudence is another act of diplomacy, which means while you are doing this, you have to prepare yourself that Nigeria has more clout to fight it than the USB. Because diplomatically, they could bribe people using different means. They could do that. They could even have people within that area. You might even have someone, Nigerians who are within the ICC, who might be used to water down stuff. That is why I talk of powerful evidence and where they are coming from, and who the prosecutor is, and how that prosecutor can navigate, how these things can work. There are people in the ICC that you take stuff that they will look at it and direct you on where to go. Some might want to do that directives with a bit of resources and tell you need to pay this, you need to do this. We will tell you where to go, how to do it. So your complaint, well written, with legal arguments, with evidence, and then they are deposited. And that is one way to go. While you are fighting on the ground, it is also good to fight in the right legal way so that your enemy is hit from every angle, and they will have different angles to fight, to spend a lot and know that these people are coming after them, because that is what they are already doing. They're using other mechanisms to fight you people legally. So that has to be done while they stay at the back. So for IHL, like as I said, we should never, because of anger and the act of vengeance, go against international humanitarian law, especially things that people do and then brag about it that, yes, we were the ones who carry out this act. You must first ask yourself what we have done in secret that we want to put in the open. Did we breach any international law? Because Nigeria can breach that law and get away with it. But if it is overtly known that is the USB and all its outfits that have breached that law, they will find every means to come after you. That is what they will do. And unfortunately, international law, at times it is blind. Unfortunately, it is blind. So that is one thing we need to take into place. So I'll pray that your team can put a particular department that is specific only in gathering evidence, not make up evidence, real evidence, put them together, have testimonies in videos, in writing, put all of those things, the places that were born, if you have the dates, everything, that is what has to be submitted. And then it will be easy to be submitted and citing with ICC rules and IHL breaches. This one has breached this and this on the IHL. This breached this and this on this. So when all those breaches are put together, I think I can assure you that it will not be easy to reject such a case.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Akwanga. And again, I hear your where such submissions should be made, and also I know that based on the manipulation at the international level, that is why most of the African countries right now, we've decided that ICC is going to be a redundant organization as we move on. I know the AES has withdrawn their membership on ICC, and I know a couple of other countries like the US that are working vehemently to ensure that the ICC, which is no longer what they're supposed to be, most of the cases we are bringing it back to Africa, to the African Union organizations, to the courts in Arusha and all that. And again, I want to also reiterate the fact that the Criminal Act of Nigeria, the only reason why it has persisted over the years are because people like the United States of Biafra government has not been in place. We have had situations, these reports of this criminality, of this burning of homes, of killing and the breaking of IH laws. It is not today that the Nigerian state has started doing that. They've been doing it over the years. But this time around, we are holding them accountable. And I promise you now, that Nigeria is running away from most of the courts where we are, because they operate, like you said, the bribery. They bribe their way into different organizations. And I'm very happy to report to you, in those organizations where they bribe their way into, we've been able to bust all those people that have been participating, colluding with Nigeria in those bribery, in the way of toning down or hiding cases and the criminality of Nigeria. And I promise you, we're getting a very huge result in that aspect. But I strongly believe in IHL. We're going to take one or two other, and again, everything will still boil down to self-defense. Yes, while it is okay for people, Biafrans, we respect the IH laws, we are going by the rules that guide. But when you have a country that is lawless, a country that has no rules of engagement, a country that publicly burn innocent people's home, which is the Nigerian state, we cannot fold our hands and allow them to kill our Biafrans. That's why when you say self-determination, self-defense, I was very, very happy that you mentioned that. So thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and take examine of your question, 2 minutes, so that Dr. Akwanga can continue. We still have a long way to go. Just go ahead with your question, make it very brief. Thank you.
He's muted. So are they the ones who mute themselves, or it is?
Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you, my DPM. Good evening. Dr. Akwanga, good evening.
Good evening.
Honestly, you have asked, my DPM have asked the question, but there is something I want to add there, if you permit me. You see, when you are speaking, you make mention of something that touched me. I remembered this IHL. This is not my first time, at least while I was working with Bulgari then. So as a COS then, I learned about it. You see, struggle and the country, they are not the same thing. I want us to understand because I remember that something like that was discussed. When you talk about international humanitarian law, when you are talking about a country, what a country does and goes scot-free, those that are agitating to be free, if you do the same thing, you'll be in for it. Because the immunity that covers the president are not covering you. And I want to advise to all the soldiers. That's why I said, look at what happens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our prime minister, even Mandela's, is what you post online. Things you say online without listening to advice. Because the international community, they will think about it. They will say, oh, if these people that are looking for their country can be acting like this, fighting themselves like this, snitching to one another, so it will be very difficult. But when you do something and keep it as a security form, I tell you, anywhere you take the matter of what you are doing, the international will listen to you. And remember this, that you are fighting. Dr. Akwanga never said you should not fight. No, that is what he said. He said, when you are fighting, use your number 6, use your head. When you use your head, don't overdo. And overdo when nobody seen without being seen in a military language. Thank you, Dr. Akwanga. Let me pause here. That is my little contribution. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Is there any other hand? Okay.
Rabbi, 2 minutes, then we'll go. Please keep it brief, 2 minutes. If you have a question for
Go ahead.
Just those 2 hands, then we go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I compliment Her Excellency, Dr. Kwanga. My compliment to you.
And
I'm so happy
General Rabbi is the training director for the United States of Biafra Defense. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Thank you, Her Excellency. Yes, I studied defense studies in the Nigeria Defense Academy, and what you just said now about the international humanitarian law is what I've learned, and by the grace of God, it won't stop you, and it won't stop us as a nation state coming up to defend ourselves. But one, just like Isam Nobi said just now, we can defend ourselves, but do not expose what you do. Like bring up all these things to social media, bring them, will expose what you're doing, and will work against our security. So by the grace of God, I want to encourage the soldiers around. Let's be very careful in our activities.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. I think you guys are helping me in this training. Who else? Johnson.
Go ahead, Johnson, 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, DPM. Thank you so much, Dr. Akwanga. That was a very beautiful presentation there. My question is this. Is ICC the only teeth that bites for IHL? Or do we have another group that helps to enforce IHL rules aside from ICC?
No. Under the international legal instruments, the only court, and it is of recent, remember, ICC just came up of recent. There was no court that actually was meant to try people under the basis of IHL. There was the ICJ, which deals with territorial arguments, International Court of Justice. But the ICC is very, very new. And however, there were trials that has to do with breaches of IHL years ago, like the Nuremberg trials and all of those things had to do with IHL and international human rights law. However, there were trials that were put up by mostly international judges that came from the victorious parties, like the United States, UK, all of them. They sent in judges. So it was the victor trying the vanquished, which is not supposed to be like that, because the vanquished will never really have a good say in that type of a trial. You don't call that justice. It's what you call organized act of jurisprudence, because you know very well that you have won and then you bring a group of people to try them. How are they going to be free? It's difficult. No matter even the least person there is going to be accused for 1 or 2 crimes, maybe just by being a standard by or being part of. You could even be accused for just being a Biafran. Then you are involved for the breach of IHL. If Nigeria catches you, that is your crime. There are many Biafrans who are not part of USB, who are not deeply involved in the Biafran struggle, but they are Biafran by their nature of their birth. And they are suffering for Biafra while they are not deeply involved in any of the armed feats fighting for Biafra. So that is not justice. That is exactly what was happening in those days, where we call it the victor's justice. And that is one thing nobody will always want. Because if you put yourself in a situation where you are going to be tried by the person who has defeated you militarily, then you're in big trouble. Just know you will not get justice. So there is no other group except the IHL. I mean, the ICC at the moment. The African Union came up with something, which of course they have not actually succeeded. And it will be one of the items that I think I've explained, I've sent to you people. That is the issue of the principle of what we call Aru2P. Yes. The principle of protection. Yes. Responsibility to protect. That is how they call it. Aru2P is a very, very important clause where, for example, the world has failed in Aru2P over the Palestinian people. The world failed in Aru2P when it was the time for the genocide that took place in Biafra land. The world could argue that by that time, Aru2P was not actually existing. It was not yet set in motion. The world failed in Aru2P, not over Somalia alone, but over Rwanda. And they have failed in Aru2P in different instances, because Aru2P is very technical. It is like the idea where they say responsibility to protect. Aru2P fights against state sovereignty. You know, the UN talks a lot about territorial integrity, the sovereignty of a state, that another state should not come into another state to help to protect it. What is going on in Ukraine today is on the basis of Aru2P, the responsibility to protect, where the US and others are going in saying that they are not there to conquer Russia, they are there to protect Ukraine. But as usual, it is selective. They decide who they should protect and who should be allowed to be slaughtered. That is the international law works. And that is the murky part of it. I did diplomacy. Unfortunately, diplomacy is a very, it's something that is extremely dangerous, because the way it weighs, the way it goes, is always on the basis of state interest. That is the danger with diplomacy. If you don't have the power, you don't have anything to do. They are aware that Biya has killed so many people. They are aware that Biya is 92 years old, but they don't have the means to kick him out of power. If they come today and declare that Biya has won election, what is going to happen in Cameroon? Some will say, oh, the election was free and fair and rigged. They'll be mocking you at the back. They will not allow somebody at 92 to be their president. They will not allow somebody at 92 to be in power for 40 plus years. They will not allow an old man like Tinubu, who might be falling around, to run Nigeria if they were there. But they will allow it in your case and mock you at the back because they think they can use that individual for their own good. So this is how the world works. That's the part of diplomacy. I'm sorry I have to get into this. At times I become very emotional because this is what I studied in school and this is what I teach my students when I'm lecturing. However, you have only the ICC.
And the ICC also has been accused for carrying out selective justice. Because who pays them? That is the question. Yeah. Where is the salary for the people at ICC comes from? He who pays the piper
dictates
the tune. So that is some of the difficulties we are facing. However, I would still think you need to put your evidence in a very, very organized manner. Put your evidence. It is not just for ICC today, it is for posterity. Put it in video because it speaks a lot. Put it in people speaking out on what the Nigerian military has done to them. Make sure you have enough evidence, because you don't have evidence, you cannot try somebody. If, for example, somebody comes in and they say they're going to try the DPM in the US for X or Y, and then the DPM has a lawyer who does not go down to Biafra land to investigate what is happening there as part of the DPM support, then the DPM could not say she has a lawyer or she has a defense, because you need that evidence to put in court. I am not in this because I want to hurt people. I am in this because I am born in slavery. I am hurting. I've been dehumanized, not just me. Even the children I've born here in the United States are suffering that dehumanization through me. So that is the type of thing you do. Put it together. I can assure you of one thing. Someone somewhere in the ICC will see those things and will ask that they should act. If they don't act, some people might even resign. There is not like us Africans where resignation is not part of our tool. We don't have to resign from something on the basis of our morals. But out here, a lot of people will step down or resign. There could be a lot of bad people, but people will resign. And if people do that, you've achieved something. So get your evidence. You might not trust the ICC, but that is the only thing we have. Get your evidence. You dumping it where it is in a legal way, while you're having what else you need to have. That will be put in the public arena at the right time. As much as possible is to make sure we flow the arena with evidence that are irrefutable. But when you are going to the ICC, you don't make announcements. In most of these things, as our two, the rabbi and our other brother spoke, we should realize that the biggest advantage for us is secrecy.
Yes.
Is the possibility of inevitability. When your enemy doesn't know when you are coming and how you are coming, you have already won. But every time you think, because you have a cell phone or whatsoever, and instead of you freeing the homeland, you are playing for the gallery, you are losing a lot. You are making your enemy to prepare more than you. They will take the oil money from Biafra land to fight you, to dish it out there, to block all avenues. So it's not always that you put out everything. Make sure the food is ready for people to eat before you call them to come around the table. Because if you call them when that food is not yet ready, somebody is going to kill the other one.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so you can proceed, Dr. Kwanda. Thank you.
So now we will proceed in this format. We've spoken about IHL, and we've talked mostly about the things we don't need to do. I will want here that some of us, especially those on the ground who were here and who are able to speak, should tell us some of the do-nots that they have learned that they are not supposed to do. And I'm aware that you are already undertaking some training on the ground, and I'm very happy for that. And I've asked the DPM that you people should do everything to make sure every time you are taking training, please record it for your own good. Record it in videos for your own good. Because that is your weapon. That is your defense tomorrow. That does not mean somebody from your unit might not be emotionally out of order and do something. I've explained before that the most trained military in the world commit crimes against humanity in the field because of so many things that are happening. So mistakes can be made, and that is understandable before law. But when things are done consciously, that you know we are not supposed to do this, but we're going to do it because the other side is doing it to us, you are committing a crime. So the question I'm asking is, what are some of the things in the course of prosecuting whatever you are prosecuting you are not supposed to do based on the teachings you've had so far on IHL? Because that is the way we will know that we have captured something.
Okay. Raping. I mean, people can raise up their hand and answer the question. So what's the specific question, Dr. Kwanga? Personally, I would say
what are some of the do nots?
Okay.
IHL is clamoring for.
Okay, the do nots. Raise your hand and answer. I would say not raping women and children.
That is one.
Okay. You can answer. Whoever want to answer the question, go ahead and answer. Let me make sure that you can talk. Okay. Go ahead, everyone. Those that want to answer, you can answer.
There are some hands on Techno K17 and in Phoenix, Hot 8 is on, and Mazi Johnson Ugo is still on too. Their hands are up.
All right, go ahead. Those are the
Please be brief. Just go ahead. No, they are all muted. Okay, Johnson is. Okay, go ahead.
I would say avoiding targeting civilian population.
Wonderful.
Okay. Okay, next person. The next person.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I would say is avoiding churches that realize civilians that are there.
That is good. Next.
Make sure you don't, I would say make sure you don't expose what you are going to do before the those that you can get the Biafran.
Well, that one is not technically IHL. That is more of an advice I'm giving. IHL does not tell you that you don't expose or you expose. That's a strategy issue. What IHL will mainly tell you is that you should be careful with what you do. Don't think that because people are not seeing it, the time will come when you have to answer for it. That is why you have to respect IHL at all times. Honorable Pastor.
God bless you for your good work. Continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Next.
Burning people's homes.
Yes. No burning of homes.
Don't use a church to do a shed or to do a
cover
barrack or a
for
police,
military
like
action.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So are we allowed to use hospitals for military actions?
No.
Are we allowed to use schools for military actions?
No.
Good. Okay, go ahead. Who else?
Don't use markets. Don't use markets. You're not allowed to go
use
in that defense with anger or emotions.
Yes. Another point is not to attack humanitarian workers like the Red Cross and the sister groups.
That is very, very important because most often you commit most of those crimes, they might take a time to come after you. But when you go after humanitarian workers, like Doctors Without Borders, the ICRC, and other humanitarian groups, you are setting yourself for legal opening. You are going to be in big, big trouble. Yes?
Please, co-host, can you please mute some people? Please, can you mute some people?
Please, it should be one at a time.
Yes, you shall not loot.
Good. Perfect. No looting. You don't take advantage that because you are armed, you can just go anywhere. You can get into somebody's house and carry whatever you want to carry out there and do what you want to do. Then I will come on that issue of looting. I want somebody to remind me. I want to use a word, and that one will not be part of IHA, but it will be able to help the people on the ground understand what I mean by that. Next.
Next, enter Biafra. What are the don'ts?
Okay, don't kill your enemy wounded soldier that surrendered, and also don't attack. Don't use your enemy uniform to attack them. Just to wear their uniform in order to attack them.
That is very, very good. You can recall that we said that under IHL, if, for example, Nigeria military knows that this Biafran self-defense team is wearing this uniform, and they decide to go and stitch that same uniform and dress a particular wing of the Nigerian military in that uniform, that is war crime. They're not supposed to do that. It is not permitted. As much as people think they can get away with it, it's not okay. In the same domain, if the Biafrans decide to take Nigerian uniform, wear it, and then carry out a surprise attack to a Nigerian encampment or camp, it is also a breach of international humanitarian law. You are not supposed to do that. You can go ahead and do it because you think it's easy to do it, you are successful in it, but what the law says is that that is totally unacceptable. You have your insignias. Your insignias is what identify you for who you are. The symbols you use as the emblem for the USB remains your symbol. Anyone who goes and takes those symbols to use in the course of war, for example, if that is the symbol you are using, breaches international humanitarian law. You don't need copyright for it, but that person breaches international humanitarian law. So it cuts both ways. Any other person? Last one.
I will say, don't intimidate civilians because of the carrying arms.
Okay, we can't hear you well. I think your network is very bad.
Yeah, I think he meant do not intimidate civilians just because you're carrying arms. Yeah.
Good. That is fine. Okay. Now I think it is very clear that most of you know they do not based on IHR.
Do not.
Please, if your mic is we can't hear you.
Hey, Dr. Nana, go ahead.
Dr. Cornelius is muted, so he can't hear until.
No, he's on mute. David, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Good evening. One of the don'ts in IHL is do not engage the enemy, even if you have them. You have an upper hand against them, but they are being moving within the civilian population or civilian zone, like in the market. Do not engage them. You have to let them move away from such environment before you engage them.
So that one falls under which principle?
Do not use
proportionality.
Wonderful. That is the principle of proportionality that Dr. Nana has explained. It is very important. The principle of distinction and the principle of proportionality are very, very key. Before the last one.
This is Omojiro. Omojiro. I've been muted since. Good evening, everybody.
Go ahead, sir.
There are two things here that somebody should put in mind when engaging. It's just like the rules of engagement. Anything at all, according to he said, never trouble until trouble troubles you. That is Machiavelli. You see, if you are being attacked, now it is the enemy. It is the enemy that is now attacking you. You are not in the midst of civilians. It is you being attacked. So you have every right to defend yourself. So whatever you do there to defend yourself, you are right. And whatever you want to do, even if an enemy attacks you, whatever action you decide to take, make sure that action does not affect an innocent civilian. If it will affect any innocent civilian, then don't do it. That is just the two things somebody should put in mind. Your action should not affect a civilian. Let your attacks only bounce on your enemies, not an innocent civilian. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There are still some people whose hands are up. I want them to speak before I move forward. Okay.
David, go ahead. 1 minute.
Good evening. Am I coming out clear?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. They've answered
what I wanted to answer, but I just have a little question. When he was speaking, he said that we must make sure that we gather enough evidence. I wanted him to throw more light on it, as to know how much evidence we will have, and then we'll know that it is now enough. Thank you.
Let me answer you directly. When you want to build a case, you want the case to be watertight. You don't have limitations to the amount of evidence you gather.
Exactly.
The more evidence you have, the more better for your case. Remember that some of the items you might see as evidence might be thrown out in a court of law. So you better gather as much as possible so that if a few are going to be thrown out, others are going to pass the test. So gather as much. And equally remember that the more evidence you have, the more it exposes that the other side has been engaged in serious crimes against humanity or war crimes. So that is what you have to do. The more evidence from different angles. For example, if you get an evidence that they raped 3 16-year-old school children who were going to school, that is not enough. Find a way for these kids to speak. I am sorry, but it will be emotional. Let them explain how gruesome it was. What happened to them, if they have the capacity to do that. Let them explain. That is what you put in the video. That is what captures the people. And what makes them to identify that was the Nigerian military. They will be able to know it's the military. They will be able to speak. I'm giving this just as an example of people who come in and burn down whole houses or villages. So that is what you do. No amount of evidence is enough. Gather as much as possible, because you might open more than one cases. Remember that some of these people that you might want to try, you might not only have to try them through ICC. There are times, take for example, the situation that you listen about Augusto Pinochet. A Nigerian official might no longer be in power who might be involved in crimes, serious crimes against IHL or crimes against humanity, who finds him or herself in a Western country. You can go there and file a case against that individual, and that individual, as an individual, might be arrested and taken to court, especially if they are no longer in active service, but they were involved in those crimes. So that is the reason you have behind you. So to gather evidence is a simple thing. Get as much as possible.
Thank you so much. The kind spirit, go ahead. 1 minute. 1 minute. Prince Onyema, go ahead. 1 minute.
They are all muted.
No, they are not. They can unmute themselves.
Okay, let me go ahead. I am raising my hand. This organization Biafra, in our last section, I asked a question on how can we intensify our evidence. Number one, by capturing those who committed the crime at the scene and hand them over to the Red Cross, which I think you commented on that quite all right, because we having them as an evidence, it will also showcase in winning our cases before the ICC. I think you have talked about this in our last meeting. That's what I also want to, raise the issue. Then, secondly, we also talked about last time that no foreigner should be adopted. I think you also highlighted those areas. So I think those two areas also need to be updated so that every other person can also understand. Thank you.
Okay, were you emphasizing on something, or you were throwing like I've heard some of the things you've said, and there were the things we spoke about.
Yeah,
yes, I was emphasizing on more concrete evidence on how we can also prove to the world of those who are committing those crimes. When we capture those terrorists that are occupying our land, we can also hand them over as an evidence. not eliminating all of them, but also those that have surrendered, we can take them away.
Yeah.
Okay, let me come in here. The goal of the IHL is to make sure that that there are limitations of the harms of war, because war harms everybody, both sides that are fighting and even those who are not fighting. Even if you don't shoot at civilians, they suffer during wartime. The limitations of their freedom of movement and many other access to other things. Like we said last time, IHL made it very clear that if, for example, in the course of exchange of gunfire, a Nigerian soldier is on the ground and his or her colleagues escapes because they are running for their lives, and you're able to capture that soldier, or maybe even 3 or 4 soldiers, you capture them, we explain to them what has to happen. You are definitely going to disarm them. But the moment you capture them, you are no longer going to treat them as enemy combatant. They become like prisoners of war, which means you give them the highest treatment that is possible. You feed them. If they are wounded, you make sure their wounds are taken care of. And that is when you get in touch with the International Committee of the Red Cross. If, for example, you have a couple of Nigerian soldiers that you are keeping, and you know they're Nigerian soldiers with evidence, it might give you a lot of positive cloud to reach out to the ICC at this moment. I mean, ICRC, and tell the Red Cross, listen, we are keeping some Nigerian soldiers in the course of our struggle here in Biafra land. We have taken good care of them, but we are reaching out to you because we know this is part of what the international community permits your organization to do. We want them to definitely hand them over to you. What do we do? Make sure everything you do, as I said, always record, not to put in public, for your own protection and the protection and the good image of the struggle. You reach out, you put the time and everything, know who you are talking to. If you have them and you want to do that, we don't want anybody to be killed that way. That is a crime. You are not able, you can reach out to the OAS. We will use our contacts within the ICRC and make sure they reach out to you people. And I can assure you, if you can make a contact like that, that is legitimate. It boosts the morale of whatever group or whichever people are doing that. People will not, tomorrow, nobody is going to say you are murderers. You could testify tomorrow. We did this. We reached out to the ICRC. We handed X or Y. And the treatment you also give, the people will go back. You don't need to, when they go back, the story they're going to give will be different, even to some of their own colleagues who are in the military. They become convinced. So these are some of the things you do. Remember, war is partly psychological. War is not just fighting. There is a psychological part of war. And if you know how to fight psychological war, you have won part of the war already. The West is good in doing that. Psychological warfare is very important. How you fight it, how you transform your enemy to become your ally without necessarily recruiting them, is how you treat them, how you behave, how you react on the ground. It doesn't stop you from defending your homeland, from having rage to fight when your area you are under attack. But it makes you responsible, it makes you respected, and it makes every other person who is within that range, within that same group, organization, or government, or whatever, to be seen with a different light. So it's very, very important.
Thank you so much. Please, Onyema, go ahead. 1 minute, please. Make your questions. 1 minute. Please, Onyema, go ahead. Last one, go ahead. Unmute yourself. You cannot unmute yourself. Honorable Christopher, I hope you're not meeting our people generally so that they can be.
No, I'm not. They can do that.
Onyema, go ahead. Last one, go ahead. 1 minute.
Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. My own is very simple because we have this stage of we are staying at a stage of war. But the most important thing we need now in Biafran land is very simple: is to unite the land, because the land now is, the enemies is plenty, the enemies is too much. The enemies within is much plenty that even the enemy aside. That's supposed to be our number one goal now, to look for a way to unite Biafran land, because there are a lot going on. The last attack on Okigwe was attacked by Fulani men, was attacked by terrorist bandits, not Nigeria soldiers. If you go through the information and the investigation that have been done, the attack was attacked by the bandits in the north. They came down to east and attack. So the most important thing we need now is to look for a way to unite Biafran land first. At least with unity, we will defeat them. We are defending, we are not attacking. Where we need the law of international criminal court is when we are defending, when we are attacking. We are still on defense. We cannot say our sister and go and rape her. Rape where? For what? Are you mad? So we are not up to that stage. What we need now is to preach about unity. It's how to make sure everybody has one voice and one mind, so that we will know our way forward. So that he can protect you and side your side. Not any simple thing. Your brother is supposed to defend you is the one attacking you. All these things are what we need to put in book and know how to defend it. Not by carrying guns and arms. Even these days, guns and arms is even fighting against us these days. Because most of our brothers have gone out the oath we took. Most of our people is doing what were not supposed to be done because of no non-direction. Nobody is trying, no director, nothing. No. So it is affecting us. Since our prime minister is head, it is affecting. What we need to do now is every opponent together, all hands on deck. Let us unite the land first. If we unite the land, war is nothing. Because Nigeria cannot face us in the battle. Even themselves, they know. In the battle of survival, they cannot face us. They don't have the capability to face us, which they know too well. I'm not telling you, I'm not saying it that maybe I want to say, but I'm telling you, it's a promise. Only a Kigwe stand there for 1 week. Now check if 5 states can stand, if 5 states is well armed, check what will happen. If Okigwe can withstand Nigeria for 1 week, one good whole week, no shaking. So what I'm begging us is, please, let us look for a way to unite the land. Let us have unity. If there is unity, Nigeria cannot take us more than the 10th Namdagalu told us. 1 week is too much to face them. 1 week is too much if there is unity in the land. Please, ma, I'm begging your office, in the name of Chukwuabiama we worship. Let us look for a way and let that be unity, please.
I think,
okay, last one, we can discuss this one privately.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lasbon. Again, this training is not about unity or no unity. The United States of Biafra government is fully united, 100%. 98% of Biafrans are solidly behind the United States of Biafra government. And I don't know if you're in any of the team or defense or something like that. There is absolutely no division. The only thing that looks like division are those used by the Nigerian state to ensure or to tamper with the full restoration of Biafra. That is it, nothing more, nothing less. So if we can focus on the humanitarian, the tactics we are learning here, I think that would be more important. As far as the vision, the whole United States of Biafra people are united in a common cause, and that cause is the United States of Biafra, the freedom, the declaration that was done in Finland on November 29, 2024. Anyone working outside this, you need to go and ask them who they are working for. So let's go back to the topic at hand. We're fully united. Onyema, go ahead, please. Then Magic, go ahead. One minute, please. If you have any question that Dr. Okwanga can answer, please go ahead. Things that relate to the training that we are doing, please. Sayomi, go ahead, 1 minute. Because we have to continue with the training. Putin, go ahead, 1 minute. Unmute yourself. I think everyone can unmute themselves. Okay.
The Magic for the state of awareness. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, my DPM, I greet you. I also greet all the cabinet member. I want to ask a simple question that what is going on here, state of Owerri. If a suicide bomber is in the market, how will we get in touch so you cannot attack the civilians that sell in market? How can you save somebody in that level? You understand? If the civilians who is nearby a suicide bomber like Boko Haram, various men, in our market. So as a USB, so how can we save you with this level of a humanitarian level? So that's the question.
Maybe I didn't get the question clearly. Can someone?
He said if there's a suicide bomber, a suicide bomber inside the market, how do you deal with that? I believe that was the question he asked.
Well, IHL does not deal with issues of suicide bombers because suicide bombing is technically considered is a very heinous crime, because the person who is going to take their life is not there mostly to target a particular group of people. It's there to cause havoc. That is the job of most suicide bombers, is to cause havoc. Because when you come in, your goal is, I want to kill as many people as possible, maybe for the name of an imaginary god, or just as a means of vengeance, revenge. They kill our people in Kenya, or our people were killed here, or this was attacked here. I'm going to bomb myself and kill as many innocent people. And the people who did the bombing, if actually it took place, will be totally far away from the epicenter. So it's innocent people are going to die. So it's a crime. So if there is a suicide bomber, if you really know this is a suicide bomber, then the possibility of taking that suicide bomber out is quite a different story, because definitely you will not know it's a suicide bomber until the bomb has already exploded and people have died and destruction has taken place. So you should have a powerful intelligence to know that is a suicide bomber inside a market who is about to kill people. That one is crime. It's very serious crime. It's not just, you don't even call that war crimes. It's serious crime. It's common law crime on its own. To dress in, put on suicide stuff, go to a church or anywhere where people are largely populated, and then you detonate the bomb, kill yourself and kill as many people as possible. It's mostly an issue of vengeance. No one technically uses that in war, except people who are very weak. The weaker side, the extremely weaker side does that, and that is not warring. You are not warring by using suicide bombs. You might say you will use every means possible, but that is where you cause mass casualty. There is no debate. Innocent lives will be lost. Some people will become handicapped for life. A lot of destruction will take place. So if you look at one act of a suicide bomber and the level of international crimes committed, it is unimaginable. So that one is a very difficult situation for you to handle. You shoot a suicide bomber whose hand is already on the bomb and you see it, it will detonate. That is why even when you watch in movies, they discover somebody is wearing suicide jacket, they will find a way to de-escalate the situation. Otherwise, if the person press the bomb, even the person want to de-escalate the situation might die. So that is normally what happens. That is not warring. That is act of criminality. And at times, some of these things go beyond the boundaries of law. And you want to find enemies. For if there's a suicide bomber and civilians are there, they know this guy is a suicide bomber. The civilians who might want to even jump on that person to hold the person might die with the person when this is someone who is willing to die. And it's on him. And he doesn't want to die alone. That is why he's looking for a market, a populated place, or a church. Anywhere that there is a population, maybe a football match, a stadium, a soccer match somewhere, or where there's any gathering, marital gathering or death ceremony. You just want to cause mass casualty. That is not warring. It's not warring. It's something else.
Okay, Dr. Masaga, let me help you on that area. Let me, at least I know of it. That's why we have IEDs, trainers. In the military sector, you have IEDs. And when there is a situation like this, the first thing you will do is, as a soldier, you do not fight as a soldier that time. You fight as a combatant soldier by having internal security and external security. And outer security, we cordon the area to to dispatch the people. Why the internal security will move in? Then, that is if the bomb has already detonated and people have died. To contain the area to find out. Then, if it has not, now you look of, there is something you call landmines. And I trained as a special force. There is something you call landmines. You find out when you look at in a crowd, you must see somebody, maybe you target, somebody can run, the speed is coming. No. And it's a place, you know, there is a crime there. Know that something is wrong. What you do is to stop the person by hurting the person from far away. Hurt. Who goes there? Who? If the person keep moving, then if you're with your rifle, you know what to do. I won't say it here. That is one. Number two, if you are moving in a land or in a bush, check landmines, maybe in a place where you find out that, oh, such a thing cannot be there. Check wires. That's why when you see a soldier, they open bonnet of a car. There is a wire connected on that mode, meaning that there is IED inside. So these are the things. The question that I think that somebody will ask is that now we are looking for our struggle. We are still into struggle, we have liberated ourselves, trying to be on our own. In a situation whereby this Nigerian Air Force come into Biafra land and start bombing people from the up, in such situation, what do we do? That is the question you as a soldier should ask. So Dr. Kwanga, I'm asking you now, in a situation whereas in a Biafra land, where these fighter jets will be from up and be bombing innocent homes, what do we do? Thank you.
Well, those who are bombing from up, we have already spoken about the issue of principle of distinction. And we have talked about the principle of proportionality. They are committing war crimes. It's war crimes for you to just come up in the air and claim that you are going to bomb. We have seen that happen time and again, where people bomb hospitals, kill a lot of doctors and patients, and when they want to ask them, they think that their argument will be that, oh, there were militias who were hiding in there. Did you look at the principle of proportionality? Did you realize that you are bombing a hospital where there are people there who are unable to walk on their own? They need people to remove them from the beds. People who are totally paralyzed in bed. People who are on drips. People who are maybe even in the operation rooms. Women who are giving birth and all whatnot. That comes in under the principles of proportionality. So the whole notion of someone bombing from the air is quite a different story. That is already war crimes. So how do you expect, if the Biafrans don't have an air-to-shoulder missile to shoot down the planes, or whatever is in the air, they're bombing at them, what are they going to do? They will have to take over. There's no act of bravery. This one is not IHA strategy. There's no act of bravery in going to put your chest for the enemy to throw bombs and kill you. You need to stay alive, reckon what is happening, and be ready to fight the next day. But what I'm saying is, if that is done by Biafran Air Force or Nigerian Air Force to go somewhere and you think that is an act of war, so you can do anything, and you are raining bombs on a village from the air and the rest, you are committing war crimes. That one is the most easiest of war crimes that you will be held accountable for. If you are a state on your own, you can go fighting left and right. You saw what happened in Darfur, where al-Bashir sent forces. They did exactly what you are saying. They bombed villages from the air. And that is one of the main reasons why the ICC indicted him. The crimes in Darfur. Bombing from the air. That is war crimes. That is war crimes. If Biafra doesn't have air-to-shoulder missiles or anti-water aviation missiles or whatever word I'm going to use, then they become powerless. They can't just take AK-47 or what and be shooting in the air. That is difficult. So the other side is committing war crimes. They have the weapons to do that. What do? The world will be watching. We have seen that happen time and time again. What I only do here is, and like as I said, we are here to look at the, do not do this as you struggle to prosecute your war, because you'll be committing crimes that will come after you tomorrow, or after people who are with you, or people in your team will be asked to answer for things they were not there on the ground when they took place. That is just what is supposed to be done, because the major thing you want to do is to be seen as a responsible nation. If you say we have declared our independence, people should see you that you are responsible. Does it mean your enemy should act in the same responsible way? You don't need to guarantee that. You learning IHL doesn't mean Nigeria must respect IHL. Nigeria is learning it. They're supposed to do that. It's a must. In the training schools, there are supposed to be refresher courses for IHL, even after this course is over. And those of you who have learned it, have your certificate. It doesn't end there. You have to make sure after every 3 months or what, you have constant IHL. It's a reminder. There are simple things in IHL, which normally concerns our own area. Please, when you are going to the battlefield, don't do this, don't do that. This is what you have to do. This is what you have to. So that if you, the commander, you are not even there, and there is a fighting taking place and your people are there, there are things they will know they have to do and others they don't have to do. Remember, IHL doesn't teach you how to defend yourself if you are under attack. IHL doesn't tell you don't fight. It doesn't give you the techniques. IHL is only saying that, listen, we don't care the reason why you are fighting. All what we are saying is that these are things we are asking you not to do in the course of fighting. That is the area of IHL. Every other thing is left to you and your strategy.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Akwanga, let me help you on this.
Go ahead.
Let me help you on this.
Please make it 1 minute, please, or 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
We have a lot
Now
of
I want to say this. In the IHL training, when let me take for instance, like parachuters or airborne or divers, is against humanitarian law that you fighting. When you see somebody with parachute coming, you shoot down the person. It's against humanitarian law. It's not done. You don't, but being that we are in a struggle, where things can be, that's why Dr. Akwanga is advising here that everything we do should remain private, not in the open. So you, whenever you see such situation, you as a soldier listening to me now, please do the best of what you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Prince Onyema, 1 minute, Zurich, then Putin. Make it 1 minute, please. Go ahead. Zurich, go ahead. Putin, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Your Excellency. Good evening, Dr. Akwanga and everyone. Good evening, Honorable Secretary of Defense and all cabinet members. Dr. Akwanga, I have a question for you, also an observation. We don't want to talk because of time, but let me just come up. You, according to your teaching, you studied this in the US, am I right? And you also lectured on this, IHL. I want to ask, have you for once, looking at the scenario globally and in Africa, our marginalization and sufferings, have you for once told the Europeans, those that taught you and those that are teaching, have you for once made a submission to the government, to the authorities, that these things they taught you and employ you to teach others, that it is happening the other way around in Africa? These laws is being effective in Africa, but not in Europe. Just like you talk about Israel, Russia, America, and so on. Have you made the submission for once that we in Africa, we are still marginalized because these laws you teach or they taught you is not taking place? It's not effective in Europe. Have you made a submission, sir?
Thank you very much, Comrade Putin. The first thing I want you to understand is that I didn't learn IHL just in the United States. I went to the oldest military academy, a private military academy in the US. I studied diplomacy there. I did all my doctorate in South Africa. And I've been working with the SPLA, the ANC, the SP, the South African Communist Party, Frelimo, and others for so many years. Yes.
Yeah.
So what I want you to understand is that most of my work is done in the continent. And even though I'm teaching IHL, it is because we have not only taught IHL within the Amazonian struggle, and those who were not able to agree to study IHL have been involved in serious issues, which I am aware of as an individual involved in the struggle that they have done on the ground. That has not only impacted them as individuals, but has impacted our struggle, which the rest of us are paying the price today because of things that has been done that would have been avoided. People have acted out of emotions and anger rather than reasoning, knowing fully well that in this world, when you put a leadership, be careful with what you do, because you might be putting that leadership into big trouble based on your own actions. I have to go to the ICRC. I flew from the US to Geneva twice. It took me more than 1.5 years to convince the International Committee of the Red Cross to teach IHL. And the IHL was not taught in the US. I have to make sure it was done in the African continent so that they meet the real people who were concerned. And it was done in secrecy. So it will tell you how much trust they have in me, in believing in me, to send in experts from Switzerland to come to Africa, join me to teach IHL, to make sure there is some sanity while people are fighting. There are 3 Swiss groups that came to Africa that I brought them. And we did IHL for more than 3.5 years. We were having IHL almost after every 6 months, and the population was increasing. So I myself, I taught it in school in South Africa. I was teaching at Westville campus for the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So it is not like thing I've not discussed everywhere. I've discussed it within the Central African Desk at the United Nations Security Council. I've discussed it in so many areas. And my position as an African is different. And at times when I sit here to teach it, if it was a white teaching IHL, you will not take some of these questions people are asking, because some of them don't have much to do with the exact IHL. I'm taking them because I understand where they are coming from. I'm one who is part and parcel of the continent, and I understand where all of this is coming from. So, like as I said, these laws were not meant for us. Remember, the major wars that has been fought in the world, there is none of those wars that was started by Africans. The first 2 major wars, the Africans did not start any of them. Though we were asked to fight some of them, either in the name of, quote, colonial masters or what. But we have not started any of these wars. Go back to history. All wars that has been fought from the time of Napoleon to where? Show me one war that Africans actually started. We were only dragged into these wars because Africans have been we have been a civilized people. It doesn't mean we're not fighting wars. No, we were. The act of butchery, where you see they kill people today, you might kill somebody in your house, you cut the person into pieces, put in a briefcase and bury and the rest. This is not Africa. This is what is happening in the West. In the West, they have learned all types of techniques to kill another human being. The guillotine came from where? From France. Method of hanging and all types of methods of killing started here in the West. The West are experts in different methods of killing. That is why if you look at the methods of torture that our security apparatus in Africa are using, they learn them from Europe. A lot from Russia during the time of the Gulag Archipelago, some from even the US, some from Belgium. A lot of these things are learned from these people. So we know where it is coming from. However, we are saying that we are part of the international community. As part of that community, whatever we do will affect not just our movement in and out, but our liaison, our contributions, our relationship with others. And when norms are put together, those norms are not supposed to look at you as a Biafran or a Nigerian.
All right. Thank you very much.
It has to look at everybody. That is how those laws are supposed to be. And we have one thing. We don't care whether the other man is respecting it or not. What we care is whether we are playing our own part in respecting those laws while trying to defend ourselves. That should be our goal. That should be our goal. We can cry foul if the other man is not respecting it. We use that even as a means to incriminate the other person so that that person is prosecuted. Then it is our duty to do everything possible to respect those norms, just at least for our own civility, because if we respect IHL and we do it the right way, our own civilian population, like one of our brother came here and spoke about the issue of unity. If we truly respect IHL, it will be so easy to bring our people in our folds, one way or the other. Doesn't mean everybody's ever going to say yes, no matter how perfect you try to do things. But it will be easy for us to bring our people together, and our people will be able to decide between what will be better for them and what they have now. So that is why IHL is important. Very, very important.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Kwanga. And again, Putin, I not.
Okay, thank you so much. That you made a very clear explanation. From my
Thank you so much.
observation, I find out state have declared war against us. Why we declare independence? But looking at the situation, we know the war court is no longer a hope for a common man. Not to talk of we. Donald Trump purposely gave us that court, and they helped us to put our brother Chile there to be in charge. And he invited Buhari there, hoping that the man would have been hung. But all to no avail, because we didn't have the financial might or negotiating power as at then. So Nigeria and Britain can lobby any length and do whatever. So in as much as they don't make us relevant, we are not making them relevant. So we need to fight our wars, defend our territory, and take our freedom by our hands. It is called freedom fighting, not freedom begging on freedom negotiation. If we have what these will have, or even more than them, I don't think we'll call the outer world to look into our matter. Russia doesn't beg anybody to fight Ukraine. Israel doesn't beg anybody to fight Iran. Likewise, we. So I know that this lecture is very, very important and good to know. But we must all understand that at this critical time, even as you are traveling over the Europe, do us a favor. We need links. We need machineries. We need materials. We need to do our work. We need to show them that, yes, we are a nation. And that's what makes us a sovereign nation. Because as it stands, we know that there's no hope in Europe. It's only Chukwuabiama that's our strength.
Comrade,
and we're fighting with the little we just have.
Mr. Putin, Mr. Putin, thank you so much. I don't think Dr. Kwanga is here to give you anything or what you need or what you don't need. Just like before he asked,
my hand has been off for a while now.
Okay, go ahead.
Off for a while. I want to ask a question. Excellency.
Go ahead, please.
To everyone here on the platform, especially Excellency. Yeah, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me, ma? Yes. All this war crime Nigeria is committing, starting from the genocide committed against Biafrans since 1967 to 1970 war, and is still going on as we are talking. What has the international community said, and what has the IHS said about it and against Nigerian state? This is my question.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to solve this issue because it looks as if there are some people here that when I speak, they are not understanding very well what I'm saying. And the good thing that is going to happen is that at the end of this training today, we have been here for more than 2 hours, 25 minutes. At the end of this training, I'm going to advise on how some of the documentations which you will have, maybe some at the end of the week, and going forward, you can transcribe them into the language that it will be easy to disseminate for people to read and understand. Because some of the questions that are being asked to me are not being asked to me like someone who is lecturing on IHL. There are questions which are technically not for me to respond to, because that is not within the domain of the OAS and the international community. That being said, let me make this very clear. I do not know about the retroactive nature of actions carried out by the ICC. I do not know whether actions that has taken place more than 3, 4, 5, or 6 decades ago can be retroactively pursued by the ICC. So when we sit here, we are looking at actions that falls within the norms of international humanitarian law, and that can be prosecuted if brought forward and pass the litmus test by the International Criminal Court. So a genocide might have taken place. There is no doubt about that. But if the ICC was founded far many years before that genocide, and there is no law that covers that genocide can only be an ad addendum to a legal complaint by the people of Biafra or whoever is launching a complaint of what is happening today. It can only be a reflection by the legal team to go back to it, but it will not be part of the charges you will lay. So I want to make that very clear, because we should be able to guide our emotions, no matter how rightfully it might be, and our reasoning on this issue. And we should be able to be realistic. We should not make the job of the authorities of USB more complicated. I'm here only to tell you people, listen, you might have a cause you are pursuing. Please, in pursuing that cause, make sure you do not breach international humanitarian law. Make sure you do not create another problem for yourself. You already have a problem that you don't have the level of diplomacy that the state of Nigeria has. That is already against you. They have their tentacles on the ground that you don't have. That one is certain, because reality is one thing. If you don't accept reality, you keep deceiving yourself, then you'll be doing the wrong thing. However, as you prosecute whatever you are prosecuting, these are things you must not do. Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. Yes, the enemy might be doing this. They might, in one way or the other, have 2 or 3 Biafran combatants in their keeping, and then they tie them, or they do not even tie them, they shoot them extrajudicially and kill them in point blank. And then you see it, and you think that maybe you have some Nigerian soldiers in your keeping. You want to pay them back. You drag those 3 Nigerian soldiers, put them outside, you shoot them, and then you take video, and then you say, we have just killed these 3 because you killed 3 of our own. No, you're putting yourself in trouble. Nigeria might even refuse that. Those who killed those three Biafran combatants, they are not the ones. They might even go and tell lies that it is Biafrans themselves who wore uniform, Nigerian uniform, and committed that crime. And that brings us to the reason why it is always important not to use the insignia of the other side, so that they don't use it to cover it up tomorrow while they're committing crimes. They will commit crimes and say, no, you were the ones who used their insignia to commit those crimes. So your anger might be right that they have carried out a crime, extrajudicially shooting 3 combatants that they are supposed to protect as prisoners of war. You two want to commit the same thing. No, you can't do that. You can't. The law does not permit that. And then you do it again, and then you put it in the open. You are beating your chest that I've done it, because this is where most of these things are taking place. I'm the one who did it. If you do this again to us, we will take more people and kill them too. Are committing crimes, because they will come in tomorrow and use all level of apparatus of any way, lies. Even they might even be telling truth and mixing it with a lot of lies and the rest, and they will throw it out there. And you might not have the capacity to defend some of those things, even though you are on the right.
As they always known of.
You have to be very smart. You have to be tactful. You have to know who the enemy is. You just have to respect the laws. The law doesn't stop you from defending yourself. However you want to defend yourself is your decision.
Yeah.
The only problem is respect the laws, because the struggle will come to an end and the law will come after you one way or the other.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well on that. Noted.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kwanga.
Madam DPM, I will give 30 more minutes to this training so that it should be 3 hours. That will be too long. There is something I want to handle which is very important.
Okay, go ahead, please. Please, everyone hold your questions. Let's progress. We'll come back to the question.
The question I want to ask is, any of you have an idea of what they call non-international armed conflict? Is there anyone who has an idea of what they call non-international armed conflict? Let me define it. What is a non-international armed conflict? Oh, there was a hand up. You have an idea?
No, those hands were up before for questions.
Okay. What is a non-international arms conflict? This is under Article 3 of the Geneva Convention. So what do we call a non-international armed conflict? And I want you to take note of this because it is very important. A non-international armed conflict refers to an armed conflict between government armed forces and one or more state armed groups, or between non-state armed groups only within the same country. Let me put it again. That a non-international armed conflict, they did not say that civil war. Don't mistake it, because people always mix these words. They did not say there's a civil war. They are saying non-international armed conflict. It's a conflict between the armed forces, that's the government armed forces of a country, and one or more non-state armed groups in that same country, or an ongoing fighting between non-state armed groups within the same country, not out of that country. So when you look at it under international law, do you think your conflict falls as a non-international armed conflict?
Yeah, let me quickly, again, the non-international armed conflict does not fall, it does not affect us. It does not, you can say pre-declaration of the United States of Biafra government currently is a full-fledged nation that has met the conditions of a nation based on the international Montevideo laws. Anyone can dispute that or agree that. So when we are two nations right now, sister nation, Nigeria and the United States of Biafra government. So the USB as a full-fledged nation, we may not have had all the documents from the United Nations. United Nations may not recognize the United States of Biafra government, but with our declaration, with the referendum conducted, with the meeting with the people for the state, but our homeland, where we have been able to meet those criteria of the people, definitely this does not apply to us. And sorry, whoever, yeah, this does not, non-international conflict. What we exist right now is Nigeria is currently occupying a foreign land. We have declared our independence, whether anyone agrees to that or not. And what again is applying is the colonization of the Biafra people, which under the United Nations charters, we have the right to decolonize our country. So that does not apply to us.
Okay, my DP, can I help you? Can I help you?
There's a noise in the background. Can you please mute yourself?
Please mute yourself if you are. So I want to add more on that. The evidence gathering. Again, I'll encourage all Biafrans anywhere at homeland in the 40 states to continue to gather pictures of Nigeria occupation. I know that, like somebody spoke earlier, they have some of their bullion, their vans and military vans in Biafra territory, which we have formally let them know about our independence. They don't have to agree to that. We're not begging to agree. We're not soliciting for them, but continue to gather those pictures where you have Nigerian elements, either the reintegrated terrorists that are wearing their military and police uniforms in police stations that have Nigeria insignia, I want to use it the opportunity to tell Biafrans to continue to collect those evidences, because those are some, and then where they are burning the homes of Biafran people, we need more. Just like Dr. Masanga said, Akwanga said, we need more of those evidences. And then in the area of non-international camp, definitely not. United States of Biafra does not fall within that parameter. Go ahead. Thank you so much.
Is there someone who wanted to add something to that?
Oh yeah, I think somebody wanted. Who was the person that?
Yes,
Go
I'm the
ahead.
one.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. I wanted
to what I want to add here. My DPR has said it all. Ordinarily, it is the violence, and this is the violence that we are in our Biafra. Let me give example. It's like in October 29 last year, Hamas just took a war to Israelites, unprovoked. Now we are in our land, and if you go to this non-internet, ordinarily it is Nigeria that is looking for our trouble, because this has to be a structure and control over a territory. Biafra is a territory on its own. So they are the one bringing it to us. Had it been we agreed to be together, it's just like which country will I give example? Like Russia and which Russia and this country that is fighting. They want to take over
Ukraine. You want to say?
Ukraine. Yes, Ukraine. Russia want to control Ukraine, and Ukraine said no. That is non-international armed conflict. So that is exactly what is happening in Biafra. I am and this, I think this matter is, when I learned about it, was my instructor then said it was 1977. It was 1977 that this law came out. So I took my time to study about it. So not to take our time, the Nigerian state is the one making us to look as if we are violent, while we are not. So that one bringing it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will not want to, I asked this question for a particular reason. I will not want to delve into it, to go deeper or further into it, because it was not the purpose of the lectures I want to have. I wanted to take the studies in a certain way based on Article 3 of the Geneva Convention relative to the protection of civilian persons in times of war, because it falls within this realm in times of war. How you call yourself, what you think about yourself, is your decision. Mm-hmm. If somebody says I'm independent, it's the way the person thinks in his head. The way the law sees it is also different. You might break the law and then you still argue that you have not broken the law, because to you, you are thinking that you have not broken the law, and then the law is saying that, well, you break the law. So it depends on how you defend yourself and how you argue it out. So those are quite a different set of issues. However, Article 3 of the Geneva Convention is the core of why we are here, and it is on the basis of, listen, there are things we don't need to do in times of war. So this is what is going to happen as we are rounding up this training, which of course has been very successful, especially the last 3 sessions. The number of questions and the type of questions that were being asked were very, very important questions. So you are going to have a couple of documents which I will be able to send that. I know you guys have the machinery to reproduce stuffs and find a way to send them out. And in certain instances, you can teach IHL in the dialect, in the area where the people will understand. IHL does not have a particular language. The language of IHL is not English or French. The language of IHL is the do not in times of war. That is its only language. So whether you are speaking it in the traditional Igbo language or what, it doesn't really matter much in that domain. So we should be able to pick it up from that end and understand that that's what we have to do. You see this book here, Code of Conduct for Combatants. Everything here that you have learned so far is inside here in pictorial form, so we can also draft that. But what is good about this small booklet is that at the back of it is first aid. There are particular types of first aid that occurs, especially during times of war. This is it. That is so important, that will save lives. So the back part will have first aid here. That is going to show you the type of things that you can do as first responders before maybe the person is moved to a bigger hospital or something of that nature. So I have just a few copies. They are not here, they are in the continent. And I've told the DPM, I will get some copies. Some copies will have to go down to the homeland. And then definitely you guys will have a means to duplicate. I wish we'll have a means to get more copies, because to get them in was not easy by the ICRC. This is produced by the ICRC. So, and it's key. It's key to what to do. It's brief, just point form. It's just point form. And there are key elements here that are inside the certificate that are going to be issued to you. What we call the combat rules. Fight only combatants or those who are fighting you. Attack only military targets. Spare civilian persons and objects. Limit destruction to what your mission requires. These are the basic principles for IHL. No matter how you expatiate on them, this is what they are. Fight only combatants or those that are fighting you. Attack only military targets. Spare civilian persons and objects. The word there is spare, because there could be issues that can take place where innocent lives might be lost. But they say spare civilian persons and objects. That is where the issue of distinction and proportionality comes in. Limit destruction to what your mission requires. You listen to that video where the mission is talking about you deciding to destroy a particular breach because you think that breach is being used by the enemy to bring in supplies into your area. But it also brings the issue of proportionality. You need to think, am I going to, or is it of military necessity if I destroy this breach or not? You remember that maybe it's a breach where civilians are using it more than the military, either to take people to emergency, to the hospital, or to farms and all the rest. So you have to bring so many things to think about before you take those decisions. That is why decisions you have to take are critical. You don't just take them out of emotion. You think and think out of the box. Because the first port of call is to protect the people you say you are fighting for. If you do anything to harm them, they will never be in touch with you. They will never want to be with you. They will be afraid of you, but that fear will be misunderstood for love. And when you misunderstood that fear for love, that is when you are open. That is when your enemy will penetrate you. So you should do whatever it takes to limit your people from thinking that the other side is preferable to you. Because if they think it is better for them to die within the other side, running them, their own affairs, than to die in your hands, then you have technically lost, no matter your bravery and all your energy and everything. And that is where IHA comes in. IHA is there to help you make them see the different light. Because they see that you are serious, you know what you are doing, and you are prepared to defend them. And let them also know how they will defend themselves while you are defending them. So that is your goal. You don't make them to be afraid of you, and you consider that fear to be an issue of respect or love. That becomes dangerous, because at that time you will not even know who the real enemy is. As one of our brother here said, that the enemies within are more than the enemies without. So you have copies of this. We have some other write-ups which I'm working on at the moment, and I want to make sure that we are done with them, and then we will send them, that you people will be able to make sure you distribute them. Also, if there is any other questions now on the issues we've discussed, we can talk about it first.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Kwanga. And then before we take the questions, we already have a list of the people.
Madam GPM, 1 second.
Okay, great.
I have to make this call.
Yeah. Thank you. While we wait for him to come, we already have the list of all the people that have participated in the IHL trainings in the United States of Biafra, both before and today, and on the other trainings. And I know the Defense Department already have a compilation of all the list of the people that have participated in these trainings that will be issued the certificates for this training. We also have the trainers, which have also received, they received more trainees. And the essence of that is that they will continue to train their states, their counties, their districts, and their commands, and their different wards. So this training goes to the grassroots to help the United States of Biafra as a nation be one of the best. That is what we strive for. That is our target, to be one of the best countries in Africa and one of the best countries in the world. As Dr. Kwanga has said, there are so many, we are not here to talk about how the Nigerian state commits the crimes, does not obey international humanitarian laws. That is not the focus of this training. Also, we are not here to talk about who is obeying the law, who is not obeying the law, because he has actually said that because these laws exist does not mean that some people are going to obey the law. And he gave the instances. And all of us here that are from the United States of Biafra, we know the instances where Nigeria breaks the law. Currently, just for the mere fact that Nigeria is currently in Biafra land, in the 40 state of Biafra, they are committing a crime. That is why we need all the pictures of Nigerian elements, whether they're wearing Nigerian military uniform, police uniform, whether they are occupying the Biafran barracks, the Biafran military barracks, or the Biafran police stations in the DSS. We need the pictures, please. Do continue to take those pictures and send it to us. Send it to the Defense Department, send it to myself, send it to Fandi. All these pictures, all this current occupation of the foreign land, we need to start putting it together. And when we have these Nigerian states at our roads, extorting money from our people, at the bus stations, at the main roads where they stop and search, please continue to gather the pictures, the videos, and forward them to us. Those are some of the things we are looking for. And then before we take the questions, I wanted to also remind the Biafran Defense, majority of you that are here, we are very, very proud of what you do. The comportment, again, when you see some Biafrans that keep trying to distort the narrative by trying to say, oh, we want to see what you're doing. If we don't see it, that means you're not doing anything. When Nnamdi Kanu was there, he did this. When Alberto Obie was this, he did this. You know? So when they use those parameters, all they are trying to do is to use the Nigerian plot, the way the Nigerian government has used to hurt our people, and we will never allow that to happen anymore. Nigeria state reintegrates non-terrorists into this indigenous state. That is why today Nigeria is regarded as the most dangerous country in the world for Christians to live. And every sensible country in the world has privately, publicly supported the breakup of Nigeria. That is exactly why the United States of Biafra has exited from Nigeria. So again, I want to thank Dr. Kwanga for that training. And then we are going to go ahead. Again, I wanted to correct something somebody said as far as the submission of documents, submission of evidences. I'd like to let everyone listening to me that our Prime Minister, Batobe, submitted thousands of booklets of evidences of the criminality, of the killings of the Nigerian state to the Finland authorities. So what we are seeing is the collusion of people to, but again, we are breaking that by the second. So we are doing everything we are doing to ensure that no Nigerian state invades any land of Biafra. And this humanitarian, international humanitarian law is something that I truly appreciate that. And I know Biafran Defense and Biafran leaders, we truly appreciate this because some of the things we don't know, we learn every day. Some of us have been involved in these trainings severally, but Every day we learn, and we are very appreciative. And we thank Dr. Akwanga for what you bring to the table. Again, it's not to train you what to do, how to fight, how to defend you, or learn how to do. It's just to train us to know these are the laws that are inherent. And because Nigeria continues to break these laws, does not mean that the United States or Biafra government will also join them in breaking the law. But we must do everything within our capacity based on international and local law and specific things that are culturally applied to our people. We will continue to use that for self-defense, which is a basic right of the people to defend themselves. We'll go ahead and take the question. Technocare for Zena, we'll just take those 4 questions and we'll call it a day today. Go ahead with your questions to Dr. Kwanda. Techno, go ahead, unmute yourself. Hey, Sayamo. Go ahead, Sayamo.
Good evening.
Good evening. No.
Yeah, good evening, GPM. My name is Jeremiah FLA from Eura State. So, please, the question I want to ask, like sometimes when a conflict is going on, you will find out that your enemies, they will run into some like event halls where there is a crowd, where there are population. They will run into those places for hiding. So like you going after these people, once you enter there, what approach will you use to approach those in such centers for them to know that such person is there and for their own safety, and how to approach them to make sure the person is being apprehended in such places without hurting the civilians?
When someone is in the course of war, most often,
sir,
things don't easily happen that way, but they happen like if you are pursuing a single individual who has committed a crime, he can move into an occupied space because he's trying to look for protection and a means, an escape route.
Yes.
So it's an issue of technicality. You have to be technical. If it is a police pursuit, the police will act differently. They will cordon the area, which means the entire area will be encircled. That person is not going to be there forever and ever. And when they encircle the entire area, what do you think the person will do? The person is surely going to take a family hostage. He will move into a room, into a house, and make sure nobody goes out, because at this time, he's not taking that family hostage because he wants to take them hostage. He's afraid to die, unfortunately. So he wants to protect himself, that he should not be arrested. But he will take that family hostage and he will own for a number of hours. Well, Lord might smile that that hostage taking might end up well. It might also end up in a very bad way, that if the people decide that they want to break in to pick up that enemy, he might kill the rest of the people there, and before they shoot him, he has already committed another atrocity. So some of these things are very technical, but they normally happens in situations where it doesn't really have much, let me say, to do with IHL. It has much to do with the issue, like we talk of the issue of proportionality. These are the key words. You have the principle of distinction during wartime. You have the principle of proportionality during wartime. You have the principle of military necessity during war. These are the 3 major issues that everything that deals with IHL technically falls within this area. Principle of proportionality, principle of distinction comes first. Proportionality second, military necessity comes third. Military necessity is mostly where the commanders on the ground, they have to take decisions. If the main commander is not there, then whether it's a captain, it's a lieutenant, it's a corporal, or who is leading that unit, has to make sure it's a principle of military necessity. You need to ask yourself, does militarily it necessitate us to invade this house only because we need to pick up 1 person or 2 persons? It's a question you must ask yourself. It is like you are weighing the pros and the cons. Let me put it this other way. When you are fighting, this is a technique. It's not what I'm supposed to say, but let me put it this way. When you are fighting,
and you know that your enemy has an upper hand better than you. They have mechanized method of moving. That is cars, armor cars, and other means. You don't have that. And even if you have that, you can't move with it easily because of your notion, the way you operate. You are operating in either a semi-guerrilla tactical warfare method, and while your enemy is operating in a more conventional warfare method. And these two cannot align. Conventional warfare can hardly win guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare hardly wins conventional warfare, but can penetrate and impact serious harm to conventional warfare. And that is what has happened mostly around the world. So now what do? You know that the enemy is always passing around you around 6 a.m. and all whatnot. Then you are coming with a unit of 10. You see the enemy coming. And then you ask yourself a question. This is the right time to attack. I am talking of what we call military necessity. You are saying, oh, this is the right time to attack. Then you need to ask yourself questions. Now, what do we have? What are we carrying at this moment? If we attack them, are we sure we will be able to achieve our military objective by attacking them here at this moment? Are we going to ground them? Are we going to decimate them? Or is it just like taking a broomstick to hit a rattlesnake or a python? So those are the questions you must ask yourself. If you think that attacking them at this moment, this particular day, will not make you achieve your military objective, because the objective maybe is that it is a mechanized Nigerian unit of about 5 cars that normally passes there. That day, there were just about 3 cars. You don't know where the other 2 are. You don't know whether they might be somewhere still coming for backup. And you are thinking that you should attack them. So you are thinking out of the box. You might say, okay, no, we will not attack them. This is what I call military necessity. We are not going to attack them. What we will do is we'll let them have freedom to pass to and fro so that they will feel free and they will not think that we have any unit around the area. We are going to prepare ourselves very well. And the next time we will get them, we'll make sure that we decimate them. You are not thinking from a military objective way that this is the way we are going to act. So those are issues for the people on the ground. It has nothing to do with IHL. That is your own thinking. How you have to be smart. What do you achieve from this action? Are you going to achieve your goal, or you are instead going to create a situation where maybe you want to attack them and run into the bush? Ask yourself that question. And where you want to attack them is not far from a village. What do you think they will do next? If you do not even succeed in your attack in the right way, where do you think their anger is going to tend to? Is it not to the village? When you do that, then you back off. You fall back for protection. They will come in now with anger at that particular moment, and everybody in the village, from the little babies to the oldest, they become victims because they will come in with that rage and attack everybody. So you are going to say, no, maybe I will not attack them when they're closer to this village. I'll attack them in an area where I think they are not around any village, so that they will not think that the villagers are giving me support. They're giving support to our units and make them to pay for what they have not done. So you have to be smart, because whatever action you are thinking about your people. The enemy will want to hit you where it is so soft. And where it is softer, it's your people that you want to protect. If they cannot get to you, they'll get to your people. So your actions that you want to do at that time, you need to look at the consequences of what you might have to think like your enemy. What will happen if you were in their position? Will you not be able to take an advantage that they attack you at the entrance of this village? It means these villagers are involved in this attack. You would think that the people who attack you came from that village. They might not even be from the village. They're coming from a unit that is far off somewhere else. So that is what you talk is you have to be smarter. You have to think out of the box in doing this. So that has
Dr. Mas, okay, sorry.
Let me IHL. Go ahead.
According to question he asked, it has nothing to do with IHL. What he asked is forensic, security forensic. That is forensic studies. That is different lecture on its own, because when you are talking about forensic studies, it has to deal with issues like you are chasing a criminal, you enter church, someone steals something, you start investigating how to take precaution not to wound others or not to make others scared. So it's a lecture. Maybe I will take my time one certain day. I will teach them that if time permits me. That is a security and forensic studies. I learned all these things very well. I am very old in a military work. So it doesn't have, it has nothing to do with IHL at all. That is security, forensic. Thank you.
Okay. Please, I want to talk.
Oh,
Okay.
good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Are you hearing me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Her Excellency Shima, greetings. Doctor, I thank you for your teaching. But I have just a little question. Now, well, my name is Double Angel, Commander Ratakanchi, State of Owerri. I'm asking now, as now we are in self-defense, because when we call war, this is not engagement, that maybe we are at the battlefield, at the border, at the territory. Now these people, they wear army uniform, they wear police uniform, they come to our farmland, kill our mothers, our brothers, and our sisters. So are we going to still leave them to kill us? So I know your teaching is very good, but I thought that very teaching would be when everything is settled and then we as soldiers will come and, but as of now, I don't think that any of them can come to our farmland and kill our brothers and sisters and go free. We cannot allow them, cannot leave them. Even if they are wearing soldier uniform or police uniform, or they have been shot on the leg, or these international communities, they know that they are now doing us what they're not supposed to do. And we cannot be in our house, in our home. They come here and kill us and go free. No, we can't allow them. I think I can't. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you so much. But if you listen well, when Dr. Akwanga was talking about the reasons, the summary of what he said, when he discussed about fight only combatants, attack only military targets, or in this case, the reintegrated terrorist targets established by the Nigerian government in Biafra land, sparing civilians and persons and objects, limiting destruction for your mission. Those, I think, I can't wait to get that book, because we need to read that over and over. And then the trainers, again, what basically he talks about is international humanitarian laws, and it is so much to learn there. So again, I hear when you say because the other person, because Nigeria is breaking the law, does not mean that we Biafrans are going to also break the law. But I think the clear message is, like he said, that's not what the training is about. It's not telling you not to defend your land or not. That is not what it is about. Major part of the United States of Biafran defense. In the process of doing that, those things like fighting only the combatant. Currently, Nigeria is occupying a foreign land. That is a crime on its own. Yes. No Nigeria element, police or army is supposed to be in Biafra land as we speak currently. So that is a crime on its own already. And then the other things you're talking about, limiting the destruction to what your mission requires. Our mission is to protect Biafra land, to ensure that there's no reintegrated terrorists wearing Nigerian military and police in our land. I think he clearly defines that. Again, like he said, we don't want to be angry when we are expressing ourselves. It's more of tactful, targeted, and then being able to defend our land. Thank you so much. I don't know if you
Thank
want
you.
to take it. I just help him to answer that because I heard that when he was talking about. Honorable Kwacha, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Famdi, go ahead. Then
No, I don't want to say anything. I just want, we're going to end up in after Honorable Nkwacha, because that's what we said, and then some other people are raising their hands. We're not going to be here forever. Please, you stated that after Nkwacha. Now there are
again, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my DPM. Thank you, Famdi. Thank you, all the honorable cabinet members present. I thank you, my commanders here, taking this lesson. Especially thank you, Dr. Panga, for this wonderful training that you're providing for us today. So I'm Engineer Kwacha, the Secretary of Defense for USB. Now the training, this is a follow-up. We had this training before.
Yes.
And I believe the USB men on ground are our angels. We have been doing very, very well in following the laws of IHL. Since the last training, we've been imparting that training to them, and our bi-weekly training that we're following up on that IHL laws. So, of course, as you know, Nigerian state is a terrorist state. They employ all these integrated terrorists from Sahel, would put them in their uniform and send them down to the south and the Biafra land to commit mayhem, commit genocidal attacks against our people, especially civilians. So of course that it makes a wonder, because this law is meant for those fighting for their freedom. We have documented many atrocities and genocidal attacks in Biafra land, and been filed with the United Nations. And there's not been no redress at all. It's like they have the money to buy off those in charge in the United Nations, so they don't even bring their case up. Because this shouldn't be continuing, but it is continuing because we don't have representation there that we're supposed to, or they just ignore us and keep coming to kill us. But it does not matter that even though they're coming to kill us, we still have to obey the law. Because if we don't obey the law, we end up taking the brunt of the punishment, because we don't have the reach that they do. So I just want to talk to my commanders. Please don't be, just be assured, because we're not doing anything illegal. Okay, they're coming to us to kill us, and we must defend ourselves. Because self-defense is allowed, even though under United Nations law, under the convention law and convention. So, so all I can say is that let's keep doing what we're doing, but stop from showing up on social media. We don't have to show, like I've been saying, we don't show what we do to defend ourselves on social media. So I know some people want to see things, it's like they love to see, things like that in social media, but we are disciplined. And that's why we preach discipline all the time. You have to be disciplined, make sure the things we do to defend ourselves, we don't show it on social media. So, of course, they don't show theirs. They kill us and they blame us. They come and say, oh, it's themselves who kill themselves. And that's a lie. So that's why I have to document all the evidences that we see, all the bombing that is coming raining on civilian homes, burning of homes, houses that belong to civilians. So our men do not live in houses. We are in the bush. So but they'll come and burn houses, burn civilian homes, kill children and women in their homes. So, of course, we know we'll be reporting all those things. But I just hope that one day the United Nations will see to do something about it. But we're not going to wait on that. We have to keep defending ourselves. I just want to thank you very much for the training today and in the future. And thank you, my DPM. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkwacha. Just like we rightly said, I believe that we will continue to educate the world. We will continue to send more evidences, just like Dr. Panda has said. We already have more than enough evidences all over. And again, we are not going to devote our whole life gathering evidences and send them. The evidences of the Nigerian massacre of the United States of Biafra people, the Aba massacre, was documented when innocent unarmed Biafrans, the war white and white, just marched on the street of Aba just for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, and the Nigerian state shot and killed many of the unarmed Biafrans just because they were marching. They shot them with live bullets. We have the Head Bridge massacre. We have the Obibo massacre. We have the Mpo massacre. We have the Nnamdi Kanu's house massacre. We have the Ehamufu massacre. All these are well documented, and I know all these evidences have been sent to the appropriate authorities. We have the massacre of the Niger Delta. So again, we all know what Nigerian won, the crude oil in Biafra land, we will stop them from getting it. It's a promise. We already know that this massacre will not stop until the people start defending themselves and defending their lands. That's exactly what we will continue to do as an independent nation. Post-declaration in Finland, I tell Biafrans, what the United States of Biafra was pre-November 29th, and what we are immediately after 29th of November 2024 has changed. The game has changed. And that is why we are no more talking. Nnamdi Kanu has talked, Wazirike has talked, Ojukwu has talked, PM has talked. We are a free nation now. We are not going to talk to anyone. They will just be hearing our sound. We must continue to defend ourselves. Legally, I believe Nigeria is hearing from us, and we will continue to protect our land. So the United States of Biafra defense, well, I know that this training is very critical. We need that. All the leaders of Biafra land, we need that so that we know what the rules of engagement are. Even though the other party, Nigeria, may not be following that, there are other trainings again that we conduct for the United States of Biafra defense. So I want us also to be aware of that training. So we take those questions and then we go. Galaxy, go ahead, please. Galaxy AO3, go ahead with your question. Honorable Olo, go ahead with your question, please.
Oh, hello, Honorable DPM, Her Excellency. I thank you so much for organizing this follow-up of the IHL training and all the members of cabinet present and all the commanders and everyone else present in this training today. I just want to say that based on the original, the previous trainings that we have had, the IHL training, there are some videos that have surfaced online, which I believe that our men on the ground, our commanders, have really taken to heart what they've learned from the IHL training on how you treat captured combatants. There was a video where they were showing someone in good health who was captured, and the commander was showing that this person is in good health. He's not being tortured or maltreated. And I was very glad to see that video. And Dr. Akwanga, one of the questions that was asked in the previous IHL training was, how do we do a prison exchange? I know somebody in that previous training asked you about the Red Cross. If we have their people, where we had explained to you that we had captured someone at one point and they were sent across with fare, cab fare, transportation back to their village. You said no, that we have to contact the Red Cross. If there comes a situation where we have someone in custody, that you can arrange or teach us how to contact the Red Cross
So that also goes towards our record that we are not violent people, that our commanders are doing what they're supposed to do. So my question is, and they are, there's evidence to show it. So the people in custody now that our commanders have in custody, showing them that they are being taken care of, how do we make contact with the Red Cross or take credit? You use the word credit. How do we take credit for what we have achieved so far based on the IHL training? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. First, you've raised two important things, and thank you for bringing up this issue. There is a place where something that has been done following IHL has equally been done against the rules of law during wartime. This might sound funny, but this is the reality. What do I mean? When you have prisoners of conscience and you call them prisoners of war with you, the real rules stipulate that you do not have to expose them in public. It looks funny. For example, you don't take a video of them or pictures of them and put out there in public. The purpose that was done was to prove that a good job is being done. That is why I made the statement, have it recorded. Have it recorded. Though I know it's going against the rules, but because of the too much negativity that is going against your people on the ground, this is where you call it conscious omission of the law comes into place. Where the boys are saying, listen, people are saying that we are catching people, we are killing them, we have prisoners of war, we just butcher them. This is an example. We take good care of them and the rest. The law actually permits that even a prisoner of war that is in the camp of prisoners of war, whether they have 10,000 or what, you are not supposed to take pictures of them and circulate. They are more like, I don't want to use the word an endangered species, the way they are supposed to be treated. Whether it is Biafran combatants who are being held by Nigeria and vice versa. But I know Nigeria will never follow these rules because Nigeria would think it will be an opportunity probably to humiliate those combatants and use it as a means to frighten further combatants from Biafra side. So that is the part I want to see. Now, where do you have your benefit when you have them if you don't put their pictures out there, but you know you are doing this? If it's those contacts you said, to contact the ICRC is not a problem. How they would decide would remain on them. So when that time comes and there is a situation like that, we will be able to say, okay, reach out to this person at the ICRC and tell them that you are this, and that this is what is going on. I think after we would have issued a certificate, that will be the next line of action that we'll be able to take with the USB, and then they will get to the defense team and they'll know what to do. It is vital, even if it is one single prisoner of war that is of active service in the Nigerian military that was caught in the time of their operation in your area, and you want to release them, I can tell you that it will pay a lot. Just that single phone call or contact with the ICRC will pay a lot. Because whether the ICRC reacts positively or not, immediately, it will get into the records that this took place. And the moment you call the ICRC, make sure you always record your stuff. You are not recording it to put it out there in public. That is why I say this is not for propaganda. That is also what shows responsibility. But you need to make sure you have recording of this. And you keep it in a more protective way. Don't just leave it in your phone. Because if the phone is missing and you have those recordings, it's gone. So you make sure important recordings like this, you have various copies kept in different areas. That if a combatant keeping it falls in the communication department or what, it is still easy to retrieve it from other sources. Because you need it tomorrow one way or the other. So that is how you do it. Putting out that picture, I understand where it's coming from. Ambassadors are doing that always, even when they are advised not to. But that is not always the best way. I can assure you that that individual, when released, the message that individual will carry will be bigger than any other publicity that you people can put out there. Just that his or her life has been spared. The treatment that is going on, that individual goes back and tells the story of that these people are not animals. They have a reason why they are fighting for. That is why we keep saying it is always for your own good to treat the other side so well when you have them in your custody. It's for your own good.
Yeah, that was great. Again, thank you so much for that clarification. I'm not sure that was done by USB, but there was somebody that wanted to raise hand. He want to ask question, but I think he's been battling with he doesn't know how to raise hand. Go ahead and ask your question, please. If your voice can come out. I know it's one of the
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Is Organic Biafra. I'm the one that asked that question in our last section. When our lecturer told us that he can also as well the RIC, the IHL can also go into negotiation if Nigeria refuses to do the needful. Just like I asked, can we use them to?
I know we always have it. Dr. Kwanga, the number for the Red Cross, are you going to give it to them?
When we are done with the certificate, I will not just give you
a number. Once we do, okay, great.
I don't need to give you a number because it will cost you more headache. I will do just like what I did with Masanga. I'm going to get a contact, talk to the contact, and then liaise the contact directly. That's what I will do. Someone who will know that the communication is coming
from
the
only people that can negotiate that is
okay. Thank
if
you
Nigeria
so much.
Not agree, they can.
Ganiru, I think you keep going up and down. You're not coming out clear. Darlington, 2 minutes, please. Make your questions short so we can round up, please.
Okay. Good evening, DPM. Good evening, Dr. Akwanga. From my depth of my heart, I'm so grateful for joining today's training. We have thought about many things in this IHL. It is very pathetic that
we cannot hear you. You're not coming out.
I'm not coming out.
Network kick me out.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
This is Darlington speaking. Are you hearing me?
Go ahead.
All right. So, for what you just said, it is very, very necessary for we to take proper actions and the kind of orientation to tell ourselves exactly what it means by IHL. The fundamental properties, that is the primary factors about it, that we all here know exactly the area you are coming from. It is not difficult for us to go through it. But the most problem we are having is people we are dealing with. These are the animals. These people they don't even understand the humanitarian law of self-determination. They don't know anything about it. As our have said, it's not the problem by Biafrans to know and they obey the exact rule of international humanitarian law, IHL. But the problem is that people we are dealing something with, these are the basic way, these are the basic fundamental way we have to fit ourselves out, because these people are not human. Frankly speaking, they are not human. Then when you are saying something, you say that if it is possible for we to apprehend our enemies, not by teaching them, making them, maybe giving them injury, but by safeguarding their life, because life is more important than any other thing on earth. Okay, we can as well do that, because in our heart here, we the Biafrans, we don't like blood, we don't share blood. We can do that, but these people, oh God, so terrible, so frustrating. These people, you can't do something with them. You can never spend a night, a week with these people without getting tired. Okay, you can imagine what is happening in our land today. Are you telling me that if I see those people, all respected terrorists, carry AK-47 in my own farmland, in my own village, in my own house, are you saying that I should just give them a room for me to know if they will repent or not? People that I know that they have murdered thousands of my people.
Yeah.
This is written.
Commander Darlington, I think that falls under self-defense. Again, we don't want to be, we have talked enough, we've heard enough. This is no longer the time to talk. Just like the Nigerian terrorist state continues to kill Biafrans. Again, the essence of this training is to ensure that we all are fully aware of what the rules are. Like Dr. Kwanga says, just like somebody, when you're playing football, there is a referee. And what is the job of that referee? I think I will always remember this. The job of the referee is not telling you not to score goal on the other side or put the ball on the net of the other side, or the other side to put the net on your side. That is not the job of the IHL. That's why I will always remember the word. This training is like the referee. What the referee does is not to stop you from defeating your enemy either way. What it does is to tell you that if you're playing football, there are rules that pertains to both groups. Both groups may not follow that rule, but we Biafrans, the USB, we know the rules. And if one of the rules says you cannot use your two hands to touch football, once you do that, that means the whistle will blow. Those are what I think the IHL is about. You know the rules. It's not stopping you to put the ball on the net of anyone. So again, I think that will answer your question. I don't want, just like the defense secretary has said, we don't want to be angry at this IHL training because for some people, it may be that why trying to, I mean, it could, I understand based on our history, based on our context, based on, we are dealing with a country that does not follow the rules of engagement at all. Some of the rules that have been said here, they break it with impunity. So again, because they break it doesn't mean we are going to break it. But as far as defending our land, we will do it with every single blood in our life.
Madam GTM, let me help because we need to round up.
Please.
Let me help.
Yes. Go ahead.
You said it well. One of the things I want most of you people to know, you might have read a lot of things if you have the time about me on the internet. I am one person that, from a personal perspective, I should be able to wrap myself with all types of weapons, move to Cameroon embassy or anywhere there is the Cameroon government, or go back to Cameroon and just blow off and kill as many people as possible for what they did to me as an individual, not on the struggle. But you see, life is not like that. Life is not like that. Me, I've been jailed for 20 years. I've been sexually molested by female military officers. I've been fed with human feces for 2 weeks as food to eat, human urine for 2 weeks. I've been put on a balance. So I've gone through mock executions for as long as, in fact, I suffered paralysis of my lower limb for 3 years while in prison. However, that does not mean that with all of that suffering that I've gone through, I should just come out now, pick up a gun, go out and butcher anything that deals with Cameroon. You can't operate like that in this world. You can't. And I should know that whatever I do will have an impact on my own family and the people I'm working with. That is why we keep telling you people, I know the hot blood most of you people have. Some of you don't even have that blood before me. I carried weapons long time ago to defend myself. You don't have that blood. What I'm trying to let you know is simple, that everything you do on the ground, which is taking absolute risk, remember that you are not doing it for you alone. The moment you let your anger override you, know that the action you are taking is not going to only affect you emotionally. It will affect even your own people who are not there at that time. If it becomes a legal issue, the ramifications will go far, far, far and wide. As I'm sitting here from your commander, I'm outside of Biafra land, and I give you order to go invade one man's house, bring out the person, sexually molest the wife and every female that is there, and shoot all of them on the head. And you, the commander who goes and carry out that action, you are the one physically doing it, emotionally doing it, and doing that killing. I'm just giving this as an example. So there are times you think out of the box as an individual. That does not mean that the other side is holy, is a saint. No, that is not what I'm sitting here. I'm not here taking sides for Nigeria or for Biafra. I'm only telling you that at the battlefield, so many things might happen. We know that the sound of the gun alone can irritate you, can orientate the way you think in certain instances. However, as the DPM said, IHL is just there telling you, listen, these are the guardrails. Do whatever you want to do, but these are the norms. In a football match, as she said, apart from when they score a goal where there's celebration, every time the referee sounds his whistle, there is an infringement. Every time. There must be a reason. If it is a throw-in, it's an infringement. The ball went out of the field. If a goal kick, it's an infringement. You kick somebody, it's an infringement. The infringement now goes into categories from yellow card to red card. That is the same way IHL is. There is the gravity of the laws. And when you go to face justice, the gravity of the laws will come based on the sentences as the gravity is. So what are we saying? We're not saying that you should be afraid to fight. We're not saying that you should be afraid to defend your homeland. We are only saying that there are rules and regulations, even in something like killing one another, because that's the purpose of war. War is to kill one another. That's the reality. But even in killing one another, there are rules and regulations. Those who do execution, states, when a country wants to execute somebody, there are still rules and regulations, true or false. They take you into the room, they say they give you your last meal, you need to take a shower, do you have something to say? They bring somebody to pray for you, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or whatever, and then all that blah, 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 how they will put you on the gunny, they put the injection, or what method. There are rules. The one that is firing squad, they have a rules that they must cover your face or whatsoever. So even in killing, unfortunately, that is how we human beings are. Even in an act that is going to kill people, maim people, make some people to become totally physically useless in life, there is still rules and regulations. And we must respect those rules and regulations. That's all for IHL. It doesn't stop you as a commander or anybody from taking actions. There are actions that you have to take based on what is in front of you. My goal here is to tell you this, IHL. So you don't need to come and tell me that if you need to take this action or not. No, I'm not teaching military strategy here. I'm only telling you here that, look, my people, whatever you are doing, try to make sure you don't break these rules for your own good and for the good of your struggle. That is our goal. Thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
thank you so much. I think that will bring us to the end of this training. I know that a couple of hands still up, but again, we have been having these trainings. We'll continue to have these trainings.
Yep.
And each time we're going to do that, we'll continue to invite you. I want to use this opportunity on behalf of the United States of Biafra government to thank the OEAS for this wonderful, wonderful opportunity, Dr. Kwanga, for taking out your time to teach us not just what the rules are, but also from your own personal experience that will be a model. I see that as a model for us all to learn from. And again, I thank you so much with the cabinet member, with the defense, with all the Biafrans that are here present, again, that are going to be eventually be the trainers in the different sections. And we are hoping for the next part of the training, which you are going to come up with. I will be very, very happy to be part of that process. Again, for those that participated in this training, I would like you to send your information to Honorable Ola Obona. I know she's been compiling all the names of the people that has been that's participated in this training for their certifications and all that. and we will be working on those certifications. I don't know, Dr. Kwang, if you have any other thing to say on a final note before we close.
No, I will be in the continent, and we'll try to make sure that by this weekend, unless otherwise the certifications are ready, you get them. And then the documents, we'll try to see how we can get some copies down to Biafra land, what we have. And then we'll try to also get, I think, 2 copies to you, one way or the other. Any other documentations will be sent also online. And then from there, we'll try to see, I'll try to see whether we can get, renew our contacts at the ICRC headquarters in Geneva, and then link them up so that we were able to liaise and see exactly what to do. But like as I said, please make sure you continue to do the training on the ground, continue to record those trainings. As you record them, whether they are short recordings or what, always make sure you send it to your team that is abroad. Let them have copies of it so that they don't get missing. Record them. Don't be scared of recording your training of IHL. Whether you are teaching it in the Igbo language, in any of the languages in Biafra land, or in English, record them. Make sure the people understand what you are saying, and make sure they can ask you questions you explain to them. And when it is IHL, teach IHL. Don't go out of IHL. Don't try to overdo it your way. Just break it down. Just tell them that, listen, this is the way you have to behave. This is the way we have to behave. This is how we have to act. That is what is important. Any other thing you do on the ground and what, that is your cup of tea. But make sure you continue to do the training. It's important. Anytime the USB is ready, going forward, we will still have another training, because it's important that you have it in record that you do this, you do renewal courses, because the state is doing that also. As much as it doesn't matter the crimes they're committing, they're supposed to do that by law. Every state is doing that. In the US here, they're learning IHL. It's part and parcel of the courses. They bring people back to teach them that. They bring them back to do that training for them, and then they send them back into the field. So you will have this, like as I said, you have the first aid here. This is the first aid section is here, and then here you will have the code of conduct for combatants, and then you will have some other guidelines that I will send. And you treat them with absolute importance, because it is key at this moment. It might help you if you do your work very well. It might help further reunify you people and bring you people together than any other thing. But mark you, IHL is not here to tell you that you don't have the right to defend yourself. So don't misquote IHL anywhere. IHL is only here to tell you, whatever you are doing, these are things you must not do in the course of doing it. So thank you all for coming today. There were more than 150 people. Yeah. And this is extremely exciting, and it is important. Imagine that 150 people become foot soldiers in training other trainers for IHL. Then within a very short time, thousands and thousands of nationals of Biafra will be able to get IHL training. And it is also incumbent that, Madam GPM, you make it a sine qua non for your team, which is out of Biafra land, to treat this with absolute importance, that they keeping that in mind in the individual contacts with those on the ground, especially those in the defense, is very vital. Thank you so much. All right. I think we will talk again one of these days.
Thank you so much. Somebody was asking for Honorable Ola's number. Honorable Ola, can you give your number out for the person? I know I said those that participated in the training should send their information to you to be able to include them in the database for those that will get their certifications. Honorable Ola, do you want to give the person your number? You want me to give them the number? Unmute yourself. Honorable Ola, can you?
Yes, it's on me. I was trying. Yes, please give the person my number. Yes, please, Honorable.
Okay, for those that are participating in the training that want to contact Honorable Ola, text her or send her a message on +1 419 870 6730 +1 419 870 6730. Those of you that have my number, you can also send me your information if you participated in that training. So thank you so much, everyone. And on behalf of the United States of Biafra government, I say thank you, Dr. Kwanga. Thank you for all the participants. May God bless you all, and may God bless the United States of Biafra.
And you too, Ma. Thank you. Bye-bye, TPN.